Good morning, good morning. All right, so the day that I promised you that would be here before you knew it has come. Our final day in Mega. Quite a journey you have all embarked on. I know that you guys are probably all feeling very relieved that your project from yesterday is over. How many of you were really uncomfortable yesterday? Renee's like, no, it was good. No one? Everyone was 100% good? Lisa says she was uncomfortable. All right.
So
So
nervous for everybody. That's the thing every single time. Mhm.
the thing is that when you do something hard, the next time it's less hard. And so you did the thing that was most hard, is that you got up and put yourself outside your comfort zone. And now everything you do from this point forward is going to be easier than that. Because guess what? Having a one-on-one conversation with a client is pretty easy. Getting up in front of an entire class of other real estate professionals and talk about your value, that's hard. So now those one-on-one conversations with a client, it's going to be easy and breezy. And hopefully, from this point forward, when you're talking about getting hired to a client, there's going to be no confusion. There's going to be nothing in the way to get them excited about using you in your business. Big journey we've been on. Today is a very big day. Today is the negotiation masterclass. Very excited about this class. We are going as a class to do a class project. You're going to be negotiating towards the end of the day with one of your classmates. I've paired you guys up, and there's going to be a very fierce negotiation. Thing about negotiation is it requires you to listen. It requires you to listen to your client and to be able to communicate with the other agent and try to ask the right questions to get as much information as you can to broker a deal that hinges upon what everybody wants. We're going to trade the things that they really don't care about with the things they really do care about. You see, the client on the other side of the transaction might have things that they really care about, and your client may have things that they really quick care about. And they could also have things that they don't care about as much. And when they trade the things they care about and let go of the things they don't care about as much, that's how you broker a deal that really is a win for your client. There's a book, Never Split the Difference. We're going to talk about that book. There are several books that I recommend that you guys read. Some of my favorites, and I have Andrew going through. Today is his birthday. For those of you who are in Morning Huddle, thank you. For those of you who are not aware that Andrew's birthday is today, please reach out to him and show him some love. Andrew puts a lot of his heart and soul into this business, and I want to make sure that he knows just how loved he is. These two books, and Andrew is tasked by me to cycle through the 12 greatest leadership books of all time and these two amazing negotiation books, Getting to Yes and Never Split the Difference. This is a black swan moment. This is an incredible book that is life changing for a real estate agent if you read it. It's also a very fun read. Shame on any real estate agent who's not read this book. I'm just going to say that. If you are operating a transaction and you have not read this book, you are doing yourself and your client and your profession an injustice. That is a serious claim I just made. That's how important I believe it is that a real estate agent read this book from cover to cover. And this one is a really great book to read ahead of this one. I think what I've seen over the last 20 years of me being in this business is that real estate agents often think that their job is to put on the boxing gloves and beat up the other agent, and whoever has done that sufficiently the best wins. And that is not the case. I also see the exact opposite, where we see the peacemaker, where the agents are almost afraid to negotiate. The word negotiate has a bad connotation. Would you agree with that? Do you think that most Americans and the culture that we have in the Western world, do you think we like to negotiate? We live in an ecosystem of Safeways and H-E-B's and Ralph's and Albertsons and Walmarts. Are any of those major retailers going to negotiate their product? You walk in and you pay the price. If they discount the price, it's a win, but you pay the price. That's the non-Western world negotiates everything from the milk they buy to the eggs they buy to the grain to the rice to the hat on their head to the shoes on their feet. That everything is a negotiation when it comes to money. But in the Western world, few things are a negotiation. And because of that, it's not something that, when it comes to money, is in our daily activities. And in fact, there are two situations in life for the Western world where we do negotiate. What are those two situations that you know that if you get into that transaction, you're going to negotiate? What are the two things that you negotiate?
House and car.
House and a car. Can you think of anything else? House, car, Facebook
Job.
Marketplace, and a garage sale. Uh, those are the ecosystems in which we negotiate, and typically it's not a fierce negotiation at that. And so I'm going to read you a few passages of the book because now I was very clear to preface it by saying negotiate for money because we negotiate everything else in life. What movie we're going to see, what we're going to have for dinner, uh, when we're going to put gas in the car, whether or not we're going to make the bed. We negotiate with our kids at every single step of the way all day long. So, whereas everything else is a negotiation, it's not a negotiation over money. And so, most people, they're not prepared to negotiate for money. They don't know how. They don't know how to approach it. They haven't been trained every single day. So people in other cultures have been. And in fact, negotiation is something highly prized. It's something to be respected. And you know the dog versus cat scenario? When a dog wags its tail and a cat wags its tail, it, they're looking at each other and they're telling each other two very different things. When the dog wags its tail, what is it saying?
I want to be friendly.
I'm
It's
happy.
happy.
And when a cat wags its tail, what does it mean?
Get away from me.
Irritation.
Uh-huh. Irritation, frustration, polar opposites. So sometimes we are put in a situation where maybe someone from a different culture is coming from a culture where their father and their grandfather taught them multi-generational respect in negotiation and they take pride in it and they're wagging their tail and they in happiness because they're proud to negotiate and they come over here and they're met with a negotiator and we're wagging our tail, but it is not because we're pleased because the cultural differences in negotiation are so vast and so different. Now, it is cultural based, but it's also um, based on our surroundings and our teachings and our ability to negotiate, which just doesn't seem to exist here. There's a couple passages that I want to read because it's about conflict. And I think that, would you agree that people try to avoid conflict as much as they possibly can? An avoidance of conflict? And does negotiations feel like conflict? Now, do you think conflict is bad? I'm going to read you a passage from Getting to Yes. So those of you who have read it, you already probably have this memorized. It says the goal cannot and should not be to eliminate conflict. Conflict is inevitable and useful part of life. It often leads to change and generates insight. Few injustices are addressed without serious conflict. In the form of business competition, conflict helps create prosperity, and it lies at the heart of the democratic process, where the best decisions result not from a superficial consensus, but from exploring different points of view and searching for creative solutions. Strange as it may seem, the world needs more conflict, not less conflict. But we need to understand how to approach conflict. We can't approach conflict with anger. We need to approach conflict with curiosity. What is this about? Where does this come from? Let me ask questions, because if the dog and the cat had the ability to communicate with each other, they might quickly learn that what they thought they understood about each other's actions were very different, and it was coming from a very different place. It also says that, like it or not, you are a negotiator. It has become an acknowledged reality that the term negotiation, associated with specialized activities such as labor talks, closing a sale, or perhaps international diplomacy, almost all of us recognize that we negotiate in an informal sense with just about everyone we meet from morning until night. A generation ago, the term negotiation also had an adversarial connotation. In contemplating a negotiation, the common question is, especially in people's minds, who's going to win and who's going to lose. And so negotiations had a win-lose mentality. And the idea that both sides could benefit, that both sides could win, that was foreign. And that's what we're going to talk about today about negotiation. Is that the approach to real estate negotiation first needs to be deeply rooted in curiosity. Asking the right questions to your client finds out what is deeply important to them, and then take that to the other side and ask as many questions as you can. Now, there's a lot of confidentiality things that we're going to speak about today, and what you are and what you are not allowed to throw out. And one of the things that you're absolutely not allowed to throw away is what we're going to call WAP. WAP. Does anybody know negotiation theorem of what WAP stands for? We're going to talk about WAP, BATNA. We're going to talk about WAP. But the WAP is the walkaway price. That is not the number that you're ever going to share. So welcome to the Realty Texas Negotiation Masterclass. There is a course from the National Association of Realtors. It's the Real Estate Buyer Institute, RENE. I am an instructor for RENE. There's really not very many instructors that have been approved to teach RE&E. There is a bunch of hoops that you have to jump through and a bunch of classes that you have to teach, like SRS, SRES, and some others that they make you teach multiple times in order to be approved to teach this class, because they take it very seriously. I teach it here at Realty Texas once a year. I know many of you are already signed up to take that class from me, and that class has to be proctored exactly as they ask it to be. And there's some technicality behind it. The skit that you're going to do in negotiation today that I've created for you is probably the most technically complicated class in real estate today to proctor. It takes 3 staff people in order to proctor it. So Lisa, myself, and Gavin Walker is going to help facilitate this negotiation class. You're going to have a lot of fun. No one who's negotiated this before, um, everyone that's been involved in this has said, wow, that was really, really fun. So you're going to have fun with it because it's going to feel like a real negotiation. You're going to even feel like you're part of it. I know some of them, we did a dry run yesterday. I always like to do a dry run just to make sure that we don't have any glitches in the process because it is so technically complex. And Kamei, who is your leasing manager, she got in halfway through and she's like, "My gosh, I'm sweating." She's like, "I'm sweating." She's like, she was really invested in that whole process. So I bring up the RE&E course because I hope that each of you take it. This is an excellent certification designation to have. It is, in fact, a certification course. It is an excellent certification for you to have and initials for you to have after your name. And so if you've not yet earned your RE&E, I recommend that you take that course. You can take it with me or you can take it with any other provider that is teaching this course. But again, we're teaching it coming up, and I know many of you are taking it. So put that on your radar for 2026. Hopefully, you'll complete that this year. Getting to Yes is an international bestseller. I just read you a few passages from it. An incredible book. Again, I have Andrew Constancio going through this once a year. And in fact, I think we do it twice a year now, going through this book with your fellow real estate agents on a book club, which means that once a week you all are reading 1 to 2 chapters, sometimes three. And then you come together and you speak about that chapter, and Andrew talks about it, and everyone gets into great discussion. What a fun thing. What a fun thing to read a book that's going to be transformative to your real estate profession, to your real estate career, and actually be able to read it with a bunch of other like minded real estate professionals and have your sales manager present. Very cool, very fun, and it's part of what we do here at Realty Texas. So I hope that you all will dig into that and read this book with the team. You get a little bit more perspective when you're in a book club. Have any of you ever been in a book club before? Okay, Raul, talk to me about your book club. Hopefully, it's the Realty Texas Book Club and
It
maybe some
is.
others.
It is. It was the Realty Texas Book Club. I thought it's been very beneficial hearing everyone else's perspective on the same book that I've read or I've listened to because Never Split the Difference is offered on Spotify, and I would just listen to it on my drive there and then speak to Andrew about it when we got in the office.
I like it. Thank you, Raul. Renee.
I belong to a couple of different book clubs with women's council members, especially during COVID. And one of the things we did was the leadership workbook. So it went along with the book leadership. And I'm just going to say that's my favorite, probably still my favorite book ever. And it was an amazing, amazing thing to break it down in a group.
Yes, Leadership is one of the books that's in our book club. I actually lent it out to someone who I knew needed it, so it's not in my library at the moment, but it is one of the books we read.
It's one of
And
my favorites ever.
yep. We have, I'm going to put in our chat the books that we do read through our book club so that you can have that as part of your list. And I saw somebody else have a hand up.
It was me. I had never been in a book club before, and I did it for the Never Split the Difference, and it was an exceptional month. And just like Raul, of hearing other people's perspectives, it's like getting the content on supercharge because you're not just getting your perspective. I was getting everybody else's. So much more was obtained by being in that group setting. I highly recommend it. It was great.
Thank you, Sherry, for your comments. I appreciate you being present in the book club, and I really do appreciate all of you being present in the book club. Emrit.
Yeah, Jack, I have knocked a few of these out before. The Never Split the Difference I've read before, and this is the Get into Yes and the 12-week year, Atomic Habits. Yeah, these are all fantastic, and Shift also. These are all fantastic reads.
Extreme Ownership, The Five Dysfunctions of a Team, Atomic Habits, Fanatical Prospecting, Who, not how. The 12-week year never split the difference. Leaders eat last. The psychology of money, good to great. Start with why. Sell it like Sirhan. Fanatical prospecting. Leadership, getting to yes. The obstacle is the way. Shift, emotional intelligence. The science of scaling, one of my favorite books, and relentless. These are the books that I think that every real estate agent should have under the belt, and to go through a book club with these is super fun. And I've read each of these books probably 4 times, and through all of what we've done here at Realty Texas in our own book clubs. And I think that each time you read something, you read it with a different perspective and a different place in that moment, and you take away different things. So, uh, if this is your profession, you want to dig in. You want to get as much as you can from it. This other one, never split the difference. You know, tactical. This is where it says there's a line in this book, negotiate as if it were a martial art. What a beautiful concept that is. Does that not paint a picture? Negotiate as if it were a martial art. There's a couple lines in this book that I always like to read. And I'm going to read these two things. In this book, I draw on my more than 2-decade career in the Federal Bureau of Investigation to distill the principles and practices I deployed in the field into an exciting new approach designed to help you disarm, redirect, and dismantle your counterpart in virtual any negotiation, and do so in a relationship affirming way. It all starts with the universally applicable premise that people want to be understood and accepted. Listening is the cheapest, yet most effective concession we can make to get there. By listening intensely, a negotiator demonstrates empathy and shows a sincere desire to be better understood what the other side is experiencing. Psychotherapy research shows that when individuals feel listened to, they tend to listen to themselves more carefully and to openly evaluate and clarify their own thoughts and feelings. In addition, they tend to become less defensive and oppositional and more willing to listen to their other points of view, which gets them to the calm and logical place where they can be good at getting to yes problem solvers. This is listening as a martial art, balancing the subtle behaviors of emotional intelligence and the assertive skill of influence to gain access to the mind of another person. Contrary to popular opinion, listening is not a passive activity. It is the most active thing that you can do. Um, Passive, one of the couple lines in the book that I always like to read during Mega to hopefully give you just a little bit of a flavor and a little bit of test about what this book is going to bring you, um, which is pretty cool. Okay, I'm going to put you guys in teams, and I want you to jot down 5 things of what is a negotiation and what makes a good negotiator. I want out the gate for you guys to jump into a group breakout session, have some conversations regarding this, and bring this back. We're going to put you in groups of 4. And you're going to have 8 minutes. Please select a group captain and fill this out for the class. What up, Ormsby?
Well, I guess after, when we go to lunch, that's when they have to be, we can't have any extra people, right? I kind of told whoever was in earlier before you popped in.
I have a client that I helped buy a home about, I don't know, 15 years ago. And it's a similar situation as to the client you're helping me with right now. And their kids are all in high school and they were in diapers last time I saw them. It's just mind-boggling how much time has passed so has quickly it all did.
Yeah.
Anyway, they she separated from her husband also under normal circumstances, thankfully. And she's met her new beau, and so they're all buying a house together. But her husband was supposed to pay the house payment and he didn't. And it foreclosed on them, and they had hundreds of thousands of dollars of equity in that house.
Oh my God.
And she called me and she said, I just got a message from a real estate agent that I have 1 week to get out. And I looked and it had already foreclosed the week before. And she didn't call me. She didn't call me till after the whole thing happened. There was nothing I could do. So
I,
her new beau, so she has a foreclosure on her credit. The thing is that they had because he was supposed to do it, they didn't have her phone number, and she kept getting notices, and she kept giving the notices to him, and he said everything was fine, he was working on it, but they weren't. So anyway, it's very difficult to foreclose on someone and them not know it. So I'm at a loss because I feel like she should have been smart enough to see something was going on and call someone ahead of time. But in any event, her new beau is a VA loan eligible guy, and I went showing them properties yesterday in Taylor, three of them, and they picked one. So of course, we're negotiating with the onsite and the not and the onsite who I messaged this morning at 7:15 calls me back at 8:55.
of course they did. That's okay. I mean, I was in there and just told them you were getting last minute things and how exciting this class is going to be. And it's all good. And then I told them, okay, everybody needs to be quiet now. So we can't talk until Jack comes in. And they were very good. Okay, well, we have 14 people graduating. I'm going to go ahead and what's the process now? Still put it in Dart? What if it's master salesperson, mega graduate, and valedictorian?
Yes, I'm coming up with a new certificate to give them. So I just need the list of names so that I can do the certificates.
Okay,
And then we're not going to tell anyone until tomorrow night.
that's correct.
And there's no points today.
Well, there
And
will be apparently.
no, I mean, we're not talking to them about points today.
Oh yeah, no points. They keep asking about their UVP, and I said, we don't break that down for you. We just add the points in.
Did you see the 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 response that they had that I sent you from Zoom?
From Zoom?
Yeah, the poll. I sent you the poll for each person, and
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Yeah.
I put those up into ChatGPT, and I said fairly grade these amongst each other and assign points, and it did. So I think that the video after watching it, just clipping it up a little bit, it was good. Probably one of the best UVPs I've seen, class wide.
Yeah, I think it was good. They got it. They did. I mean, still, like we talked about yesterday, Leor was just so hard on himself.
Well, and the video that I helped him that I edited was good.
Yeah, it looks much better for sure. Yeah, he should be pleased with that.
I mean, what's important is the content is in their brain, and the content was good, and the proof of that is that the content showed removing the nervous blanks out. The content was revealed.
Now I just have to make sure they all took their quiz last night. And then are we doing the exam together at the end of the class, or just letting them do it on their own and then I'll come back and check it?
The thing is, I don't know that we're going to have time.
I know.
It's 30 questions? What is it 50?
I'm getting in there right now, actually. I think it's more than 30. And it's Greg's birthday tomorrow. Obviously, I'll be doing the mega thing, but so we're gonna take him to dinner tonight. So I'm gonna leave as soon as class is over.
I have to go to Georgetown and we're doing a dinner thing with mom and I have to go to Georgetown and walk their property because this guy has to have his property leased. So I need to go and tour the property and start that process. Then Saturday, tomorrow, obviously we have our party, and then I feel like I get my part of my life back.
I certainly hope so. Oh, let me see. So the final exam, master negotiation is oh no, it's only 20. It's 20 questions like all the rest. No,
Are you?
that's mega 12.
Yeah, no. It says mega final exam.
Mega. Okay, I hope it's in here. Oh, I see it. Yeah, it's up at the top. Never mind. So then they don't really need to do mega 12. Why do we have both in there?
Because 12 is its own class. 12
Okay,
is its own standalone class with its own exam. And then they have a 50
50,
question exam for the whole thing.
50 questions. Oh my goodness. Final exam.
Which are just random questions from all 12 of the exams.
Mhm.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Starting with group one, Deja, Raul, Sharon, and Sherry Autry. Who's the captain coming out of group one? Sherry.
Hi, we did have a question.
Okay.
Um, we're on what is negotiation. Were you looking for definitions of what is negotiation or things that can't be negotiated?
Definitions. But
Okay,
I want you guys, I mean, what makes a good negotiator is my favorite part of this. So I really want to dig into that one. But to you, what is a negotiation?
okay. A discussion between two parties with different goals to find common ground and reach an agreement.
Okay.
A meeting of the minds, things that can be negotiated, appliances, closing date, survey, title, broker compensation. But what makes a good negotiator is an active listener who taps into their own um, emotions with emotional intelligence to hear where the other person is at. Someone who prepares and knows what they're going in to negotiate about from not only their side, but what the other perspective could be. They are calm, use emotional intelligence in dealing with the other side instead of letting their own emotions or their client's emotions become interjected into the situation. And they are a problem solver, um, and understand that people are the solution, not the problem.
I like it a lot. Good job, group one. All right, we're getting in the spirit. It's like trying to get in the holiday spirit. It's around, start getting in December and you start smelling the pine needles and you start seeing the stuff in the stores. You start getting the Christmas spirit. Well, I need you guys to get the negotiation spirit. So this is getting our blood pumping. All right, group set two. Caroline, Leor, Mohammed, and Renee. Who is our captain out of two.
Me.
All
Okay.
right.
So for what is the negotiation questions, we put the process of getting to an agreement between two sides,
Ooh.
strategic discussion between two people to talk and solve a problem, reaching a mutual agreement. Number three, aiming for a win-win situation. Four, meeting of the minds in the end. Five, bargaining on behalf of your clients. And then for the what makes a good negotiator, we put words like being persuasive, the ability to listen and active listen without interruption, establish rapport in your conversation, problem solving, being a good problem solver, emotional intelligence to kind of see perspective and know how to negotiate, and then being prepared and knowledgeable for your negotiation conversations. That's what we came up with.
Thank you, group two. Thank you, Caroline. Excellent job. Group three.
Okay, that's me. So we sort of just kind of listed almost like bullet points, but and they kind of bled from what is negotiation to what makes a good negotiator. Um, I think kind of what the main thing we were talking about with negotiation is parties who have like a clear goal, an end game, and um, like I said, they kind of bled more into what makes a good communicator because we talked a lot about clear communication, being a good listener, the ability to say no and to accept no from the other side, um, patience, mutual respect, being tactful and acknowledging, like almost like mirroring sometimes what they're saying, mirroring back to them, so they know that we're being respectful and listening.
I like it. Thank you. Group three. Group four. Birdie, Brittany, Renee, Veronica. Thank you, Jay. Good job.
Okay, so I was the group captain for us, and then what is negotiation? We answered ways, pros and cons, find solution, come to an agreement slash compromise, problem solving, and then be strategic. And then for a good negotiator, we said a good listener, understanding, put your feelings aside, be cooperative, confident and stern, and then investigative.
Okay. Hmm. Let's rewind, and I want you to think about that. Put your feelings aside for a moment. I think that you should put your positions aside and your preconceived notions of what you think it is to win for your clients, but you need every bit of feeling that you have. You need to fill this out as much as you possibly can. So the word feeling there, I know where you were going with it, like how you feel about an outcome, but your feelings are your most important asset as a negotiator. I also want to throw out and ask this question for some of you feeling brave. What is a failed negotiation? We talked about what a good negotiator is, but what is a failed negotiation? I will only accept one answer. Renee.
Where the outcome doesn't come right good on our side, or the outcome nobody could agree on the terms of the negotiation, and it didn't come to nothing.
Okay, so you talked about two different things there. So I need one answer.
A failed.
A failed negotiation. What
Yeah.
would you consider a failed? That's what was I asked you. I said, what is a failed negotiation? You said, oh, a failed negotiation. No, you can't answer the question with the question answered. I need an example or a better explanation. So I'm not done yet. You're on the right track, but I want to hear it from you.
For me.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Where a failed negotiation, whatever the outcome is, what we're negotiating, no one agrees to the terms and nothing gets solved.
Okay, so they both walk away.
Yes.
Okay, there you go. That's what I'm looking for. A failed negotiation is they both walk away. Do you think a failed negotiation is they both made an agreement, but they're both mad? Is that failed? It's not failed. It's not failed at all. In fact, I once had a negotiation instructor many years ago said, "You know you've won in negotiations when everyone's pissed." That's what he told me. Well, I don't know that I dig into that in today's world, but the point is interesting enough to, and it's provocative enough, isn't it, to speak on that. Everybody knows this guy, right? Shark Tank. Um, Powerful truth about sales philosophy. Success isn't about selling products. It's about selling feelings, which is the word that Bertie mentioned. According to him, good salespeople sell features, great ones sell outcomes, but the best sell emotion that build lasting connections. He restructured his entire company around one rule. If a customer feels better after the call, the job is done right. The emotional impact opens doors for the next conversation and eventually long-term loyalty. People won't remember what you said, but they'll remember how you made them feel. A principle that has helped his ventures reach hundreds of millions in revenue across industries. Do any of you remember what Vanessa Van Edwards said on this topic? Do you remember the story she shared about the colonoscopy? Someone share that story. Jay.
She was saying how they figured out if you find a way after a colonoscopy, a way to do something that's more like positive at the end, they walk away with having a positive experience of a colonoscopy.
Mm-hmm. They absolutely did. So this is why dentist's office give you a lollipop on the way out the door because it's the last thing they remember. What
Lollipop.
is the last thing you remember in the transaction? Could be a closing gift and a hug at the closing table. The last thing that people remember is the takeaway of the entire thing. And so it is an important one that I think that we start with this philosophy, and we're going to hear a little video from him.
Good salespeople sell features. Great salespeople sell outcomes. And really great salespeople sell feelings. The only thing you get out of the sales call is that the customer feels better. We've achieved something. Because that gives you the opportunity for another call. People never remember what you say, they remember how you make them feel.
Trust is the cornerstone to having a safe place for negotiation. If trust is earned, if trust isn't earned by the negotiators, you're never going to be able to peel the onion back to find out what the objections are or what their true needs are, because oftentimes they are playing everything close to vest. And so listening, asking a lot of questions, and getting trust built is 99% of the beginning of a negotiation that's going to lead somewhere really, really great. Getting people what it is that they need and walk away with, and for them to understand that what they're getting as well. Negotiation is not always getting the lowest price. Negotiation is not outsmarting or cornering the other side. Negotiation is not winning on every single term. Negotiation is understanding what matters most to your client, learning also as much as possible what is important to the other side. Navigating obstacles is keeping the transaction alive, and knowing when to give and knowing when to hold. Now, sometimes when we think negotiation, we think two people with one person in the middle. We think mediator, we think judge, we think a three a three-legged stool. You've got party A, party B, and a negotiator standing between them. But that's not what we have in real estate, is it? And that's not how two negotiator peer-to-peers work. A negotiation can happen with a peer-to-peer A, B, and both of them being negotiators. So a negotiation is multiple negotiators negotiating an outcome. And when you have two negotiators, they understand their position really well, but sometimes they bring to the table what their idea of a win is, and they don't care about anything else. And the outcome is not that great because they're not bringing empathy to the table, and the other person feels like that they are out to make sure that they lose. The trust hasn't been built. And so real estate's different because we're not negotiating peer to peer, are we? We have peer to peer, and between them is a negotiator representing each party, and the negotiators negotiate. And so there are two negotiators in a real estate transaction. Now, sometimes you'll have only one negotiator because one party is unrepresented. But I don't want you to think about them as an unrepresented negotiator because they have chosen to have a single unit. They are the negotiator and they are the party. And so they are negotiating on their own behalf. And sometimes that's really helpful, and sometimes it's not. I want you to dig into this word fixation or anchor. A fixation or an anchor, we spoke about anchor during the CMA class, didn't we? Where we had a seller that was anchored on a number, and we have to try to figure out how we can reveal what that anchor was so that we can blow their mind and get them back to a DOS prompt that says need input, because everything that I thought that I knew that was true is now obliterated. Meaning there was a property 2 streets over that sold for $75,000 more than what your CMA is, and it looked just like their house, and they were under the impression that their home would be worth that price. And it wasn't on your CMA, and they're upset, and they're fixating on a number. And then you find out why they're fixated on that number because 123 Main Street, 2 streets over, sold for that price. Now we can go look at 123 Main Street, which is not on your comp grid because it's 800 square foot larger, and they had no idea. And now everything they knew to be true is no longer true. And now they need to be properly advised. So that was a negotiation, but it took just as much insightful curiosity to get them speaking and to try to figure out why there was the anchor in the first place. And so getting the lowest price or getting the highest price isn't negotiation. It's fixating on an outcome. Negotiation isn't about winning every item. It's not about winning every item. It's about understanding what each party values most and then separating those issues and allocating those so that the scales of justice land in a place where they can palatably walk away and feel good about it or not feel good about it, but they reached an agreement. And if they feel listened to and everyone was respectful and everyone approached it right, they should walk away with a good feeling. When it's done well, a negotiation creates outcomes where both sides feel like they have been heard, respected, and better off. Not because they got everything they wanted, but because they got what matters most. And today's exercise that we're going to do as a negotiation together, there's going to be a lot of these elements that are part of it, that are deeply rooted as part of it. That if you're not listening intently like it were martial art, you're liable to miss something, and the parties are not going to get what they really truly wanted. So your ability to listen is going to determine whether you two that are negotiating are going to reach the correct deal that's going to land you extra mega points, which are the last mega points available in Mega 18. Sharon, I saw your hand up.
I was just gonna ask, okay, so the house 2 streets over had an extra 800 square foot. How would you approach that with your client without saying something like, Well, sure, if we added another room, we'd be able to get that price.
I certainly wouldn't put it that way. I
Yeah,
would.
because that would offend someone.
Uh, I mean, it's just a simple matter of fact. Oh, well, the reason that one's not on my comp grid because it's not a comp of yours. A comp's got to be within 10 or 15% of your square footage. That one is 800 square foot more. If I were to convert your square footage to what they priced at, their price a square foot was 125. We've got your price per square foot at 165. If we were to price your square footage times 125, here's what the price would be. And they're like, oh, that's awful. Right. So that's why we're at the price per square foot. You're actually selling your home for a higher price per square foot. That is definitely the approach. Okay, so we're going to dig in more. What is a negotiation? Skilled negotiator helps set realistic expectations out the gate of what is possible, helps client set a range of acceptability, and it's the overlap of that range of acceptability is what you need to be paying attention to. Understand clients' non-negotiables. Non-negotiables might not be their stated opinion. What they state as a non-negotiable typically is not their non-negotiables. And so it's definitely something that you need to dig in deeper. Keeping them focused on their objective of what it is that they're looking for, big picture, zooming out. Well, at the end of the day, this is what we're looking for. And so I'm the proof of the success is in the details, but the overall, I want to buy a house, want to sell a house, has to be part of that objective because sometimes we can get wrapped up in the details and we're so wrapped up and caught up in the details that you lose sight of the big picture. So part of our role is also to keep them focused and fixated not on a certain outcome, but the objective. And the outcome could be I want to sell the home, not I want 299,990. 299,990 is not an outcome. That's a fixation. The outcome was to sell the home. And so if you invert those in your mind, then you also are going to lose sight of the objective, which is sell the home. But we also have to very much respect the instructions and the confidentiality of the parties that are involved. And so there are certain things that are absolutely a no-go that you share that as far as my mind is an invitation for you to leave the profession. It's that bad. And so there are certain things that you absolutely fiduciarily cannot touch, which is sharing the client's walkaway price. That is absolute. That is the worst thing that you can possibly do, likely. Every step of the way, we're going to check in with a client about confidentiality and just make sure, all right, so you're good with me sharing blank. You're good with me sharing blank. I've said you're good with me sharing blank more times than I could probably fit on paper if I were to write that on a piece of paper and keep going like Bart Simpson does on the chalkboard. I would run out of life before I would finish writing down every single time I've said that. This needs to be true for you as well. Because every time you're saying that, you're getting approval from your client to have that conversation. And it's not of, I need to have agreement from you to be able to disclose this piece of confirmation. It's, you're good with me telling them this. That is their approval. And so that needs to become part of your conversation. And if you tag that in, all right, so you want me to counter them for 250, so you're good with me going and asking them for 250. Every step of the way, you need to keep using that over and over again. That is going to help you make sure that you're never divulging confidentiality because they may say, wait, no. And the first time that happens, you realize, wow, that was confidential and I didn't realize that. And I was about to go give it away. And so the moment they stop you, it's a trigger to yourself that had you not had that sentence in there, you were likely have done something that's contrary to your client's wishes. So please tag that on to your conversations. I find this very interesting. Here you're dealing with a billionaire, and he's being chauffeured around in his Rolls Royce. And someone asks him a question.
As it's Greg's birthday,
Hey, Lisa,
we're going to
hit mute. He is a billionaire investor, and you had a live mic, Lisa. That's okay. A billionaire investor, and he is asked a question about over over buying on a property. And I would like for this to somehow be shown to every single one of our clients every single day, but that's not realistic.
And why? I overpay all the time. Most of the times I buy a property, I tell people I'm not getting a great deal, I'm getting a great property. What I'm looking for when I invest, and I recommend this to everybody, is the future of the property. I'm not so concerned with what the property has done in the past, and I'm not concerned with where it is today. So I'm willing to overpay for a great property any day of the week. Remember, it's more important to find a great property than a great deal.
So I want you to think about that. I want you to think about that from the investor standpoint of someone who understands that when he sells this, he's going to sell this $300,000 property for $500,000 later, and he's going to make $200,000. Do you think that he cares whether he made 190 or 200? He doesn't. So do you think he really cares if he's going to overpay by $10,000 because he's going to make $190,000 on this property by the time he sells it? And so he's looking for the best property available that's going to be a property that he's going to be able to sell. If he buys the property that is in the market that's at the lowest price that nobody wants, do you think that's going to be a great property to sell someday? Because if nobody wants it now, probably no matter what you do to it, still no one's going to want it. Your 6-bedroom house with an 8-foot backyard. People don't want to have, people who buy 6-bedroom homes need a backyard. Agreed? Typically. So they're looking for the right property, the right investment. And these are the investments that the seller might very likely know what they have. And they have one opportunity to sell it. And I'm going to blow your mind by saying this, but who do you think that we should be negotiating for? Now, this is going to feel inherently wrong. And I remember when I got into the real estate business in 2005 in California. And this real estate agent who was in her 70s, who had been in the business like 40 years, she said something to me as a young buyer's agent that I was so offended by. And it took me 20 years for me to understand what she said. And I only understood it recently. She said, our job as real estate agents isn't to get buyers the best price for the home. It's to get the sellers the best price for the home because those buyers will become sellers and those sellers deserve to squeeze out every penny. And every single one of you get into the business to be a buyer agent. We don't get into the business to be a listing agent. We always wrap our head around helping a buyer. And our thought process is, oh, we need to go with stealing houses. And stealing houses is the job that we need. But the reality is, we need to squeeze out every penny when they're sold. So I know that some of you are going to be even possibly offended by that notion. But from the side of what I truly understand real estate to be, he said it perfectly. I want a great property and I'm fine overpaying for it because I know how much money I'm going to sell this thing for. I want a good investment. And if I have to pay a little bit extra to get the seller to let go of the white knuckles they have on this property because they only have one to sell, then I'm willing to do it because I'm looking for the best property, not the best price. I think that is an important philosophy to start today with. Here is another one that I really, really like. You can't move a negotiation forward until you understand the real need, not just the stated purpose, because sometimes what they're telling you they need is not really it. And again, it could be a fixation, it could be an anchoring, but a seller might say, I want to sell my home for as much money as possible. Great. And then another might say, I have to sell. Those are very two different things, aren't they? I have to sell. I can't afford my mortgage. I must move. I need to get this thing offloaded versus I want to sell my home for as much money as I possibly can. Someone who's thinking about downsizing or thinking about retirement and cash in bank. It's not a matter of having to sell. It's a matter of putting themselves in the best position. Now, both of them want to put themselves in the best position, but both of them are going to have a different outcome, and the market conditions are going to dictate whether you're going to be able to truly do one versus the other. And they're not the same. If the true need is I have to sell, then the primary objective is selling the home, not chasing an idealized number that is fixated in some fictional idea of what they think the market will bear based on their emotional attachment to their own home. Because we all have them. From there, your role is to help them sell and to capture as much money as today's market will reasonably produce. And you can hit a home run and it not be anywhere near what their original objective was because they were fixated on a price or had an anchor on a price that was not realistic, but they're still walking away with a huge return, especially if they've owned the property for a really long time. Now, if they've just purchased it, then maybe this isn't the right time to sell. If it is the number that says, I need this number, then maybe right now is not possible. So maybe it's going to take 18 months or 3 years for the number that they want to realize. And so I want a delicious piece of cake. I'm going to throw it in the oven for 6 minutes and take it out. Am I going to have a delicious piece of cake? Why not?
You didn't cook it long enough.
That's right. So maybe the home needs to cook a little longer to get them the price that they want because it might not be today. Once the real need is identified versus I have to sell versus I want to sell at this price, then everything becomes clear. Strategy, the price, the timing, and the expectations. And the expectation is important to understand up front. And the timing is understood. Because if it's really this price, then maybe now is not the time. A great real estate agent will have asked enough questions to get to the real need, list it, and sell it versus list it at the stated price and fail. Because the last thing you want to do is promise the person a delicious piece of cake and pull it out in 6 minutes and there's goo all over because everyone failed. Which means you shouldn't have taken the overpriced listing. You should have set the expectations of when that is possible and let them know here's what is possible. And if you must list at this price, I guess we can do it and destroy your first 10 days on market with structured price reductions in your a listing agreement. But Mr. Seller, the expectations that you have for the outcome for your home and the market that we have today is unrealistic. And the property needs more time to bake to get there. Now, if we sell it today, here's what you can achieve. If you were to explain it to them, do you think that they might have a better understanding of what the goal is? Let's hear it from someone else. Say it in a fewer set of words.
I think I'm one of the best salespeople in the world. Okay. Give me an apartment you can't sell and I'll sell it.
There's so many. There's so many. An apartment I can't sell. I mean, I can sell everything, so I'm setting myself up for failure with that question.
You have to admit you can't. You just said there's loads available though, so you
No, there's loads of apartments that aren't selling, but it's always a function of price, presentation, or patience. You can't have all three. If you have tons and tons of patience, you can wait on price as long as the presentation is good, and so on and so forth.
I think the future of sales, all of that links to purpose. Like, buy it for what reason? There could be a transaction that's got nothing to do with people actually needing it, but they want it.
That's exactly the speech I give when I sit with sellers. Right. It's not the buyers who are the problem, right? It's the sellers where you say, you're selling for what purpose? Right. If the goal is to only make money, then we need to wait for a market that's going to give you the money. And they say, well, no, I need to sell. Okay, so then the goal isn't to make money. The goal is to get to X outcome. Yeah. So if we're looking to do that, then actually, maybe it's okay to sell for less. Maybe it's okay to take a loss. Right. What is the purpose of why we're selling? And then things would sell much, much, much faster.
What are your thoughts about that? Does that give you a new perspective? It should. It really should. And it's the right perspective. And it's the perspective that people like me who show up at the front door have as a real estate agent. And now people like you show up at the front door with that perspective and be able to share that perspective with the client, because just like maybe some of you needed to hear it, some of your clients need to hear it too. The right perspective. So there are sellers who have to sell, moving, transferring, death in the family, downsizing, divorce, they have to sell, and they're having to sell in whatever slice of the market that offers them today. So they're not choosing to sell in a specific market of their choice. They're having to sell, and the market is being dictated for the time that they choose to sell, versus someone who wants a specific price and is going to wait out the market and wait for the perfect time to sell. By the way, that was 2020 and 2021 when I sent out an email to all my clients that said, if you're ever to sell, this is the time. And I literally sent that out of the email. And I was exactly right on the money for that. Learn how to get ahead in life and business from three former CIA officers. Their skills are so good, they've been kept a secret until now. Have any of you ever subscribed to masterclass.com? Oh man. Oh man. Uh Condoleezza Rice, um I can't even go down the list of names. Vanessa Van Edwards, Masterclass. They take the best and you learn from them through this masterclass.com. Here's just a little flavor of it.
So much of what you learn at CIA is applicable to everyday life. You need to know this.
I served as the director of the CIA's covert action capability. I've learned a lot about human nature.
I was the deputy director of CIA for science and technology. We would do things that people would say, that's not possible. You can think of MuseQ.
That's so cool. I was the lead analyst at CIA, in charge of telling the president what he needs to know. Yeah, pretty intense. Bias led to really the worst mistake the CIA has ever made. You can mitigate the vast majority of biases just by being aware.
The key to any great achievement is an amazing team that is unafraid, and that has to include unafraid to say what they think.
People would be surprised to learn how important empathy is at the CIA.
You primarily show empathy by listening, really listening. The CIA just declassified that I went on secret missions to North Korea. I have not spoken about this in public before.
I'm Brian Carbaugh.
I'm Don Myricks.
I'm Michael Morrell.
And this
is Masterclass.
So there are 100 different masterclasses on 100 different topics at masterclass.com, and they are very fun to watch, very fun to learn, and I've watched about 3/4 of them. It is fun. It's a good use of time. This particular one I found incredibly useful in negotiation. And so I thought, well, of course we're going to add this to our negotiation class. Because of course what they said is it is incredibly important. One of the most important things to the CIA is empathy. We've spoken a lot about empathy through our entire mega series, which empathy is putting yourself in someone else's shoes, trying to look at it from their perspective so that you can have a better understanding of how they're going to react and maybe even how you would react in that same scenario. And that's important, but it also creates a bias. So you have to balance bias with empathy because empathy could accidentally be the greatest bias creator ever known to man. So we're going to get into that later, but bias and empathy is a balancing act. So we have to listen as if it were a martial art. Listening is the most important tool the CIA has. Second, empathy, which is trying to understand their position of why they're taking this position, why they feel this way. And when you're trying to understand why, it means you're listening. And when you're listening and you understand them, now they feel listened to and they feel as if somebody has taken the time to understand them, and maybe even you do, and it very well could change how you negotiate the thing in the first place, which means being connected to your client and having empathy is important. And imagine they have to put themselves in the mind of murderers and rapists and Unabombers and some horrible people, and they've got to try to understand why they're there. And then when they unravel why they're there, you start getting into it. How many of you have heard, I can't think of the name of it, when you have empathy for your captors, when you are
Stockholm syndrome.
Stockholm syndrome. This is the whole purpose of Stockholm syndrome and where it came from and how it came from. Because these people who are doing unspeakable acts, when you unwind and you look at how they've arrived there, you could actually create empathy for them because it starts to make sense. Not that the outcome is okay or acceptable, but you understand how they got there in the first place. This is where we need to have. We need to have Stockholm syndrome for our seller to understand how they've arrived at this price. They need to be heard. Probably the best thing that you've learned so far in Mega is these two, and I've heard so many of you say it, and actually makes me proud every time you say it. And I think maybe even makes yourself proud when you say it. It's being soft on the people and being hard on the problem because the people are the solution. They are not the problem. Now, we're going to play a game, but before we do, we are going to go on a break. And this is not the big project that we're going to do after lunch. This is just a game that we're going to play that I created from being a Microsoft Excel nerd. You can play this with other people, but we're going to put you in groups, and I need you guys. The most important thing here is to play this game with an open mind. But we're going to do our break first. So it's 10:14. Let's come back at 10:25.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Would you like to play a game? Okay, for those of you who are born in the 70s, you might recognize that quote from a movie. All right, so here we are. This is a very fun game. It's going to be with three of you, one of you acting as a facilitator, and then the other of you are going to be negotiating. Really, this is a game that has been around for a lot of years. It's called Cooperate or Defect. It's called the Prisoner's Dilemma. So we're going to watch this video. It's a video that's going to explain the task, but it kind of goes like this. Each of you get a turn, and if you both cooperate, then you both get 3 coins. If one defects, well, then the other person gets no coins, and the person who defected gets 5 coins. If they both defect, they both get 1 coin. And so it is a matter of cooperating or defecting and who in the process that you bring to the table for this, who's going to win and what group is going to win. And it's interesting when we find out what personality type actually brings the highest score here. So let's listen to the game itself.
Gold Coins invites you and another player to play against each other. You each get 2 choices. You can cooperate or you can defect. If you both cooperate, you each get 3 coins. If one of you cooperates but the other defects, then the one who defected gets 5 coins and the other gets nothing. And if you both defect, then you each get a coin. The goal of the game is simple, to get as many coins as you can.
The Prisoner's Dilemma is one of the most famous games in game theory. Thousands and thousands of papers have been published on versions of this game. In part, that's because it pops up everywhere.
Impalas, living in between African woodlands and savannas, are prone to catching ticks, which can lead to infectious diseases, paralysis, even death. So it's important for impalas to remove ticks, and they do this by grooming. But they can't reach all the spots on their bodies, and therefore they need another impala to groom them. Now, grooming someone else comes at a cost. It costs saliva, electrolytes, time, and attention, all vital resources under the hot African sun, where a predator could strike at any moment. So for the other impala, it would be best not to pay this cost. But then again, it too will need help grooming. So all impalas face a choice. Should they groom each other or not? In other words, should they cooperate or defect?
Well, if they only interact once, then the rational solution is always to defect. That other impala is never going to help you, so why bother?
Okay, we're going to watch the rest of this video after. So, I put in the chat a link, and you should probably copy that link because you don't know if you're going to be a facilitator or a participant. We're going to play this game so that everybody was a participant. We're going to play it enough times where each of you will have been a facilitator of it. When you're the facilitator, you're going to bring up an Excel spreadsheet and you're going to record each one of theirs decision to either cooperate or defect. And you're not going to share your screen, you're just going to record it. And then if you want to share your screen afterwards, you can, but they're going to have to say cooperate defect. Now, the thing is that what I need you to do is I need everyone to grab 2 pieces of paper, or maybe better yet, or 1 piece of paper, and on one side is cooperate, on the other side is defect. And both of you have to 3, 2, 1 reveal and show in the camera what it says on your paper. Because I can't have the other one anticipating and changing their vote after they heard what the other person's vote is. So you both have to vote at the same time. And so the facilitator is going to be looking at your screens, and they're going to see the word that you pop up, and then they're going to grade you accordingly. This is what the grading looks like. Now, each one of these sections is its own game. So you'll see that there's 3 different games here. You're going to play 3 times. So you'll see that round 1 has, for player 1 and player 2, both of them have 2 options on round 1. They have cooperate or defect. And so what happens is player 1 has the ability to cooperate or defect, and player 2 has the ability of cooperate or defect. So what I want to have happen is that based on what you have noted, you're going to grade each person for it. You're going to grade them, and you're going to put an X inside the... Why is nothing working on my computer? Okay. I need to just download this really quick. So when you click the link, it is going to download to your computer, and you're going to have an Excel file. So I don't recommend that you do this from your phone, which is why I put it in the chat. All right, so I'm going to share my screen. I geeked out over this. This is a little fun thing that I created a couple of years ago for Mega. You will see that as if in game 1, if player 1 cooperated and player 2 defected, then you'll see that player 2 now has 5 points. If they both cooperated, then you'll see they both get 1 point. If they both defected, then you'll see they both got 1 point. So just put an X in the box for how they rolled. Now, it's not productive for the players to know how many rounds there are, which is why I don't want you to really tell them where they are in the game. Just tell them where they ended up. So just keep having them go again and again and again, and say 3, 2, 1, and have them hold it up. And then they will vote, and then the tallies will be going as it goes. All right, so everyone should have downloaded this. It should be on your computer. You should have it open, and you should be able to work this. Just please put an X. I built it with you putting an X in the rounds. As long as you do that, everything is going to go very, very well. So again, this is what the score looks like. Caroline, you have to open it up in Excel if you open it up from the URL, it's not going to work. So just download it and open it. And if there's a link that says enable, because sometimes your documents are locked, then you click the enable button. But everyone should be able to put an X in it and see it scoring. And please click the version that I put in your chat. Everyone have the version that's in the chat? Okay. So, Real Estate Negotiation Masterclass, Game of Cooperate or Defect, a way to help agents internalize the emotional and strategic dynamics of trust, self-interest, and reciprocity. Those words, trust, self-interest, and reciprocity, are really going to be felt here because it's going to feel a little weird when they defect. So, group breakout session, we're going to put you into three, two players and a facilitator, and you're going to play the entire game board all the way through, where one of you are going to be a facilitator, and then the next person's going to be a facilitator, and then the next person is going to be a facilitator. And that way, all of you have played the game 3 times. Welcome back from break. As we take the next steps and be thinking about our negotiation standpoint, we need to be thinking about our own ethics and how we treat people, how we speak to people, and what condescension does, what posturing does to a negotiation. It stalls it, it kills it. And so we have to do our best to create a relationship and create that connection between the two people so that we can create a safe space to ask questions and be able to get to the root of what people's not stated position are, but rather what is their real objectives. And that takes a while, even for us to get to our own clients, which takes a little bit of emotional intelligence. This is where empathy comes in. People who have good emotional intelligence, they read people well, verbal and nonverbal. This is something that the greens and the yellows are paying very close attention to. Sometimes the reds, they can see it, but they're moving at a faster pace. And the blues are often unemotional in their response to things. But the emotional intelligence reads people well, understands how your own behavior might be perceived. So we need to be really paying close attention to pleasantries and how we approach a conversation and are being respectful. Are we self-aware? Reds really need to pay attention here because reds want to feel powerful, want to feel like they're dominating and want to win. We know that about the red personality. So if they're going to be in negotiations, they have to understand their ability to win is their ability to listen, which changes their objective. And they can be very, very good at it if they understand how and what their behavior needs to be in order to win. Being calm under pressure, manages objections without being combative. Sometimes we look at objections as a rejection, don't we? But an objection isn't a rejection. An objection is a fear. And that should come with objection handling and be able to get at what the fear is. And people who build rapport quickly. Personally, which ones do you do well? And scribble on a piece of paper here on the emotional intelligence side, which ones do you do well? Are you good at reading people? Are you good at understanding how your own behavior is going to be perceived by others? Are you calm under pressure? How do you handle objections without being combative? And do you build rapport quickly? Your own self-analysis here is going to help you understand what you probably need to overcome. The second core negotiation competency is strategic thinking. We do need to have a blue. We do need to have a little bit of blue in us, meaning that we need to be looking at the data as well. So we need to prepare for the negotiation, which means we should have already done our CMA. We shouldn't be negotiating something that we haven't done the data and really understand all sides of it. Having a pretty good idea of how much the seller might have in equity, what the going price is for a house like that, and what the objectives are. So anticipating objections and roadblocks, trying to have an idea of what they are, not bias ridden, but just what the objection typically are going to be, and balances short-term wins with long-term relationships, which what we just walked away from the prisoner's dilemma is big. So part of the strategic thinking is how a short-term win is going to uh, possibly stain the relationship, which could hurt the overall outcome. Problem solving. I think in today's world, we're seeing this start to evaporate at a faster and alarming rate than ever before in human history. Looking beyond their position to try to figure out what their interest is. Sometimes people will say, okay, well, I want the highest for my house. I want to sell my home for as much as I possibly can. But we find out that they're in a hardship scenario and they have to sell. Well, we understand that the objective here, the real objective, the interest is getting the household, but the position might not be conducive or congruent with the interest. Sometimes those two things don't really work together. They have an interest versus a position. Find creative win-win solutions. In negotiation, you don't have to have one person lose for the other to win because this isn't a zero-sum game. And they talked about the zero-sum game in the prisoner's dilemma game. A zero-sum game in poker is one person loses and another person wins. That's not real estate because there's too many elements here. Win-win is one person sells and one person buys. Now, trading wins is important. Keep negotiations moving forward by asking more questions. When things stall out, there's a way to get them back on the road. I can tell you the last ditch effort for a stalled negotiation is something that I gave you guys a hint about in our last class on Wednesday. Do you remember what I recommended you do when you got a negotiation that has stalled out completely?
Bring everyone together.
Pull everyone around a table and get everyone speaking. It's the best way to get everyone back into the conversation. And sometimes it's the very best way for them to start sharing what they needed to have known that they haven't revealed yet as well. And avoid zero-sum thinking because that's not what real estate is. Zero real estate transaction itself is not a win-lose or lose-win. And we're supposed to be partnering together in all of this with our client, with the other agent. Now we have duties and fiduciary duties, loyalty duties, which means confidential is primary and looking out for the best interest of our client. But we can do all of those things and negotiate. But the best negotiator is a facilitator of information and not a decision maker. And so in our role of negotiator, we're never the decision maker. We're a strategic thinker. We need to have empathy. We need to be good at problem solving. But here are the 5 things again: emotional intelligence, strategic thinking, and a problem solving mindset. We also have to be adaptable, which means there are situations that we have to find ourselves and to adapt in to different personality types, reds, yellows, blues, and greens that we might be working with. Or even just to a different cultural mindset that someone who enjoys the art of negotiation, or people who absolutely despise it. We have to adjust to the people who are around. And our tactics need to change based on the style of the negotiation that's being brought to us as well. And we need to have patience and always be patient. What do you think is the first thing that stops when patience runs out? Sharon? Can't hear you.
Cooperation.
Okay. Even before cooperation. Sharon, Jennifer.
I would say listening.
Yes, that's the one. The moment that patience runs out, listening stops. And once the parties are no longer hearing each other, and it's oftentimes that they want to be heard and they've gotten to the point where they know they haven't been. And so now they're echoing noise at each other at an alarming rate because they're not hearing each other. And it continues to be amplified and amplified because they want to be heard. But sometimes the very best way to be heard is to stop and listen and then earn the right to be heard. Now we're dealing with parties, and so the agents are the facilitators of communication. So we need to be able to amplify the what is going to be brought to the table that's going to create success, which is all of this mutual respect and adaptability and empathy and helping create an environment where people are going to be able to negotiate from a place of strength, but also a place where people are going to want to participate. And the root of all of it comes from our integrity and our ethical behavior. And once you've proven yourself as someone who's it doesn't have integrity and doesn't operate from being ethical, that's not going to be overcomable in the next transaction you're working with that same set of people. It's not going to be. The trust is broken, it's broken. Never a short-term gain for a long-term stain because it is a long-term stain and you'll never be a good negotiator with that person again because they're never going to trust you. So we have to know what we're negotiating for. It is important to remind ourselves what we are really negotiating for because it's not about us and we can't bring an us mentality to it. It's not about us winning. It's not about us losing. So it's not about us. And if we bring ego into the conversation, into the negotiation from us or our perspective, then we also are going to have a bias that gets brought into the table. So we need to check our ego at the door because it's not about us winning. It's about us learning about our client and learning from the other agent and sharing information and trying to get to the heart of what is going to be a real win-win. And a lot of negotiations are sometimes an agent in the way. And you're trying to understand, is this coming from the client? Is this coming from the agent? And sometimes you feel like you have an agent who's negotiating for their client. Anybody want to offer me a script of what you can say to another agent that will help dissolve them negotiating for their client if you bring something to them and in that moment they shut you down or they answer or they counter and the client is not with them and you just feel like you're not getting through to the client because the agent is a blockade between you and the client. And is that a problem? My client is asking if your seller would entertain this. No, they wouldn't. What is a good way to respond to the agent that's going to help create trust, that's not going to blow it up and create an adversarial relationship between you and the agent that might work really, really well? Sharon?
Let me take that back to my client and see what they say.
Well, okay. So I'm saying that we're talking to the agent on the other side, and we said, hey, I would very much, my client has asked this, and the other agent said no. And I
Oh,
don't
okay.
feel like that agent that I'm getting through to their client because the agent is a blockade. What can I say to that agent that might help me get my message to the client without creating an adversarial role with that person? Lior.
Would you mind making sure that this is still the case?
Okay. Would you mind making sure that that's still the case? Awesome. Um, okay. Rio.
So I was thinking the way you just described this to us, and in my case, I think the conversation that I would be having with that agent is to say, I understand that we're here responding and responsible to our client, and there's things that we can probably do, and this option is an option if you want to present it to your client, because we want to be successful.
Okay, I like it. Jay?
I understand that this offer may be less than optimal for your client, but could you at least present it to them and see if maybe they have a compromise back for us?
Yeah. Okay. Good. Sherry?
Can
Then
you
Veronica?
help me understand why they are opposed to it?
Okay. I like it.
I think I would start with something like um I'm not trying to um tell you how to work with your client, but this is something that my client has really asked me to make sure that your client is in alignment with. Can you please have a conversation with your client about it and then bring it back to me? Something like that.
Okay. Excellent. We don't want, I mean, if you've got a red personality on the other side, they've already made a decision for their client. So now we're asking them to please take it to them. So we need words that's not going to inflame them and get them mad. Okay, Amrit?
Something like, got it. No, I understand. Tell me more.
Okay. Respectfully, could you take it to the client? Because I really want to make sure that the clients are being able to hear each other. Something like that. But remember, it is be nice, be forgiving, demand respect. And what was the fourth one? Be clear.
Clear.
You need to be clear here. And so ambiguity is going to get you exactly nowhere, and we're trying to beat around the bush. Respectfully, would you please take it to your client? I want to make sure that the clients are hearing each other or the clients are negotiating this. I'm going to be clear here and I'm going to be firm. So there's a way. I'm not going to say, you know what, I don't know why you're negotiating on behalf of your client. I don't know if that's what's happening. I don't know if you've spoken with your client, but this is unacceptable. I'm certainly not going to take that position because it's going to create defensiveness in the agent. But I'm going to say respectfully, will you take it to your client? Because I want to make sure that the clients here are the ones negotiating this. I'm going to be very clear with this because this is too important not to get this right. And so if the agent is answering this, then you're going to learn a lot from that. Respectfully, will you please take it to your client? So, who and what we're negotiating for, some things go beyond the price and have much more value to the client. Some of those intangibles might be time, location, condition, status, comfort, lifestyle, safety, etc. And we don't know. Whatever it's tangible, intangible, there's features and interests. The negotiations are ultimately about the client's satisfaction, them feeling good about where they are and what they want. One of the biggest mistakes a negotiator makes, especially the red negotiator, is that they want to go and create a better win than the client wants. Anybody remember that conversation that we had earlier in when we said some of our buyers might be a green personality and they care very much about how they're perceived, and $5,000 to them might be um, political capital that they don't want to spend, that they don't want to offend the seller right now because they understand that maybe they're going to ask for something later, and maybe they're also afraid about their own reputation being stained, and they want to move into the community and have that person not talking bad about them to the neighbors, even though that very well could be something that it is a fear, false evidence appearing real. It's real enough to them. So when it comes to negotiation, we must be negotiating on behalf of our client and understanding what's important to them and not going out and trying to get wins because you could ultimately offend your client. Hey, I just got an extra $10,000 off the house. That's a really good win. You did what? You put this whole transaction in jeopardy and you didn't tell me? How is it that you got this extra 10,000? Exactly what is you did? Well, what does it matter? I got you an extra $10,000 because it really matters because I hired you and you work for me. This is also rooted in our code of ethics. Although license law may say that you owe all consumers honesty and fairness, you work for clients and against customers, which is why you must remember your fiduciary duty in an unrepresented buyer situation. You cannot help a customer or another agent if it harms your client's position or compromise their instructions in any way. We work for our client. So we're not negotiating. We're not going to go and do something that compromises the trust that we have with our client because we don't get to make decisions. The interests of the client come first, and the decisions of the client is what's important in following those instructions, advising them, letting them know kind of where we're headed and what we're trying to do, what questions we're trying to get answered so that they're an active participant. But we are obligated to negotiate at their advantage through their instruction. When representing a buyer, seller, landlord, tenant, or other client as an agent, realtors pledge themselves to protect and promote the interests of their client. The obligation to the client is primary, but it does not relieve realtors of their obligation to treat all parties honestly. This word interests is their interests, not what we think is in their best interest, but what their stated interests to us are. That becomes our objective. And people read that and says, "Oh, well, I have to protect the best interest of my client." Okay, are you learning what those best interests are? Because they're the ones that are going to tell you that. We don't get to make decisions as if we're a parent and we're going to do what's in the best interest of our child because that's not what a client is to us. There is not a hierarchy where we are above the client and we know better. It's we're an advisor. We advise them. They instruct us. We follow those instructions. Before lunch, here as well, separate the person and their emotion from the problem. This is where we extract the person from the problem. Don't get wrapped up in the other side's data position. Positions are surface level. Again, I want the most for the house. Really? Really? Is that what's going on? Is it a need to sell or a have to sell scenario? And you dig into it and you find out that there's a bigger objective and their desired outcome is different than their stated position because you hear they want 500 and we think that's the outcome, but the outcome really is I want to sell the house. Or I have a family of five and I want a 5-bedroom house. Here's this home in front of me. It's like priced at $300,000. I only want to buy it for $290,000. Okay. Is the outcome that you want the house or is it the $290,000? Well, ultimately I need housing, I need it quick. Got it. So $290,000 is a feature, but getting the house, that's the objective. Okay. So then we need to talk with them about what's more important, getting the house or getting it for $290,000? Because if it's $290,000, then it doesn't matter if you get the house. But if it's getting the house, $290,000 really matters because you can blow it up and not get the house anymore. And so we have to really understand the difference between, again, the stated objection, the interest versus the overall object of what we're trying to accomplish. Objective. When you separate the emotion from the problem, you create space and try to figure out what their interests are. And this is where you start learning about what approach you're going to take in the transaction over this next few minutes is what we're going to really dig into. Identify the real need behind their request. Work cooperatively to generate options that benefit both sides. And establish mutually agreed upon standards for evaluating those options. Focusing on the problem is offense. Focusing on their position is defense. How many of you feel like your very best offense is defense? And what's the difference between offense and defense when you're a negotiator? Amra?
Offense is when you're going after the problem, and defense is when you're just taking a back stance and just letting things happen as they are and then react to what's happening in front of you.
The very, very best negotiators will take someone's offense that's being thrown at them, and instead of responding with defense, they take it, they hear it, and then they respond back with offense. Offense to offense, not offense to defense. Because defense means that now you're responding to what their wishes are and what their stated opinions are without sharing your position. So we have to listen, but we can't get put into a defensive posture. The moment as a negotiator you're put into a defensive posture, you're no longer defending your client. You're now defending their client. Can you see how working on defense and negotiation is actually stating the position of the other client? Renee? No? Okay. All right. So when we get back from our lunch, we're going to jump into um, Zopa and BATNA, which are some deeply rooted negotiation theory that came from Harvard Law. And we're going to talk about the best alternative for a negotiated agreement, which just means the best plan B. Who has the best plan B wins. Like a seller who, I don't have to sell, or a buyer who says, I have this other house that I love just as much. That plan B means that you have options. And those people who have no options, they are not in a prime negotiation situation. But those people who have more options, then a failed agreement is not the end of the world because they can make an agreement somewhere else. It's 12:03. I'll see y'all back at 1 o'clock. Harvard Law was the first company to come up with a really good school of negotiation. They were the first ones to really create this thing. And most negotiation courses, like the one from the National Association of Realtors, which is uh, MCNE, CNE, and RENE, the different negotiation courses are out there, are all rooted from this Harvard Law negotiation. And when you read Never Split the Difference, it goes into an interesting story regarding how the FBI and Harvard Law helped each other improve both sides of their negotiation because they were both creating something parallel and they learned from each other. And actually, the FBI learned that what the Harvard Law School was doing was a little better, and it helped them drastically improve. Some of you may remember the United Airlines disaster that happened when on the tarmac some terrorists commandeered the plane and asked for ransom for the United uh, flight uh, people who were on that flight, and it was a failed negotiation. People died. And it was because of the approach that they took. And they learned from that learning experience, and they completely built an entirely new hostage negotiation from that. And the story is in that Never Split the Difference book. Part of the Harvard Law's theorem is this idea of BATNA. In negotiation theory, we look to ascertain who truly has the most favorable alternative, or what we call a no deal option. Who favors from a no deal option? Who wins from it and who loses from it? So BATNA stands for Best Alternative to a Negotiated Agreement. This refers to who has the most advantageous alternate course of action. What I like to call is the plan B if the deal falls apart. This is determined by all the things that are part of it, whether it's a necessary leaseback, non-refundable, earnest money out on a seller, a buyer who has a house and maybe next door to it is grandma's house and they need this particular house. All of these things that could be factors in this transaction all come into play here. Situations of the parties, their wishes, hardships that may be experiencing, and even as far as the agent's ability to advise their clients and to be able to articulate positions and be a good negotiator to begin with. The lender's ability to advise and be present and fund the loan, all the third parties that are involved in a transaction, contingencies, everything. So, what are some seller risks that a seller would be facing? Going back on market creates a stigma. So, let's look at a buyer and a seller in a traditional transaction where a buyer is putting in an offer and a seller is negotiating it. Both of them have risks. Some of them have risks that are universal, like the stigma of if a buyer and a seller come together in a negotiation and the seller goes under contract and the deal falls apart, the home goes back on market. Yes? And what do you think the average buyer thinks when a home comes back on market?
There was something wrong with it.
Mm. Do you think the average buyer says, "Oh, well, an unrealistic buyer," or "This was an unfair buyer," or "That buyer wasn't able to buy it. They must have had financing issues," or do they think, there must have been something wrong with the house"? That's a stigma. So a seller has to make a very important decision to allow themselves to take their home off the market and go under contract with a buyer, knowing that if that buyer fails them, if that buyer bails on them in the middle of the transaction, then they're going to go back on market, and it could very well may be that the listing agent and the seller now have a stigma to overcome, trying to figure out how do we send a message to the marketplace that we're back on market and it's no fault due to the house. Well, usually there's an inspection related issue, and they can't come to terms with the inspection related issue. And there are things that could be minor or not so minor that showed up in the inspection, and the buyer decided to back out. That is quite often what happens is a buyer is looking to renegotiate the contract and the seller and the buyer having a difficulty coming to terms. So in that negotiation, it's very different now because who has the better alternative negotiating repairs, the buyer or the seller? We know that if the seller can't come to terms, that they're going to go back on market, and that's not great for a buyer. But what are some things that the buyer is going to face? What are some things that the buyer is going to suffer in that transaction, Jennifer?
They could have very limited housing options or houses that are in their price point.
Let's look at also the impact of the buyer. What is the financial impact if this deal falls apart for the buyer? Sharon?
Loss of earnest money, loss of option money,
Well,
paying for new repairs or new inspections.
So if a buyer and a seller can't come to terms on an inspection, it's typically in an option period, so the earnest money will go back to the buyer. So hopefully the buyer doesn't lose their earnest money as part of this, but there is an expectation that they're not going to get reimbursed for the inspection they did, and they're not going to get their option funds back, right? So if both of those are $600 each, the buyer has just invested $1,200 that they're never going to get back. And obviously, the buyer liked the home enough to go under contract. So the buyer is going to have to start over, find a home they like, negotiate terms with someone else, spend all of that time and energy out there looking, find a property, and negotiate with some new seller on a price that's going to be okay with them to move forward and sign their name, and then now drop down a new option fee and then get a whole new inspection going. So we've got that for the buyer. The seller doesn't want to go back on market. The buyer doesn't want to lose all that they've invested in this property. So they both have something to lose here. So the seller risks going back on market creates a stigma that something may be wrong with the property. The seller may need the funds out of it to complete a planned purchase. The seller, in selling, they might have a job relocation. They might have already found a home that they love. They might even have non-refundable earnest money out on a home that they love. And they really need this to make it to the closing table. Some appraisals, FHA, VA, stick to the property for months. So if an appraisal has already been done, it's going to stick to it. And if they're haggling over a situation where the property didn't appraise, then if it's FHA or VA, any governmental backed loan, it's going to stick to it, which means the next buyer who shows up to the table are going to be facing the same shortage or the same sort of situation, unless some other factors have occurred, like the lender is going to recontest the appraisal and go through that entire process, which is something that supposed to in this new legislative set or this new bill that's come out, the new housing bill is supposed to have a shorter tail on a reconsideration for appraisal. But we'll see. We'll see what that looks like in time. Having additional holding costs for a seller, they go back on market. It's not just going back on market and having a reputation that is either the seller was unfair or there's something wrong with the house. It's that they get to continue paying the mortgage payment and the property insurance and utilities and cutting the grass and paying for the holding costs for this property, which could be considerable. And again, coming back on market has a soft response. Usually, when you go back on market, it's not the same as when you were pre-marketing a property and create all this momentum and hit the market hard. Going from active to pending back to active doesn't have the same splash. So you're not gonna have the same response as you did before. And they're all gonna come back to another buyer who may or may not negotiate a price that is as high as the one that they have now, who's going to do another appraisal and do another inspection, more showings, and more disruption. So, from the seller side, we have to know enough competency to know what the seller is facing, because that helps us on the buy side be able to have a conversation with the listing agent about some of these things if we're in the middle of negotiations. Now, buyer has risks too. Not having the funds to close the deal could be a deal breaker. Losing a home they love. When I say not having the funds to close and fund, if the buyer has just spent all the money that they have on an inspection and appraisal, and that was part of their budget, and they don't have the ability to do that again, it may mean that they can't purchase. I have had clients who are spending a good percentage of their cash on hand in order to get this deal done because they don't want to be a renter anymore and they feel much more comfortable being a homeowner. And with zero down programs, people can buy a home with very little out of pocket. So then it becomes earnest money gets refunded, but now they've got money tied up in earnest money, and then they're coming out of pocket for these incidental expenses, which sometimes they just don't have a lot of cash. Losing a home they love, is their threat to renegotiate or terminate disingenuous? If a buyer really comes to the table with, hey, throw down on the table, if you don't sign this amendment to reduce the sales price through the inspection, we're going to walk away. Because isn't that really what the threat is? The buyer purchases from the seller the unrestricted right to terminate the contract, and the buyer has an unrestricted right to terminate, and their only recourse is seller, give me what I want, or we're leaving. So then the question becomes, is the buyer really going to bail because of this? Does it make sense? They're asking for 3 GFCIs to be replaced and says, if you don't replace these 3 GFCIs, we're going to terminate the contract. Really? The $50 GFCI, it's $150. You're going to walk away with $700 option money and over $150 worth of GFCIs. Really? That seems unlikely to us. And the seller could also be thinking, I'm not going to put this whole thing in jeopardy over that anyway, because at some point, it's what we call reducing to the ridiculous. Are you really going to put this whole thing in jeopardy over this? Buyer loses appraisal, option inspection. If that adds up to $1,500, it's not hard to get there. And what is their housing plan in finding another property? How hard was it to find this one that they liked? If often you've got parties who are coming together with a family and everyone has to decide and has to check off boxes, is there enough inventory to check off boxes again? And what is their plan B? Is there another home that's out there currently right now that they like better? Because out of everything they saw, they picked this one. So what does that mean? They've already looked at the entire marketplace and found the property that they liked the most, and they put in an offer in, and they're under contract. Are they really going to bail? We certainly don't know, but these are the questions that we need to have framed in our mind. According to Harvard Law, this is 5 things that you must know. According to Harvard Law, the 5 most costly and common errors when negotiating are these 5 things. Would someone read this for the class? Renee, thank you.
According to Harvard Law School Program on Negotiation, the 5 most costly and common errors when negotiating are underestimating your own ability and strengths, assuming you know what the other side wants, overestimating the other side's knowledge of your weaknesses, being intimidated by your opponent for various reasons, being overly influenced by tradition, precedents, and not thinking outside the box.
Thank you. These are the 5 things that likely a real estate agent is going to bring into a negotiation. And how do you think bullies, how do you think agents react to bullies in a transaction? Do you think they rise above the bully, or do you think they are pushed down because of the bully on average? What do you think? Have you ever been in a bully in a transaction? Anybody want to share a situation of how they felt in a transaction where the other agent felt like a bully in the transaction? Veronica.
So I felt cornered in my
Ali, I mean, Mega, can I call you on my next break?
Right after you hit mute, Amrit.
and my response was to shut down. Yeah, I shut down and I called Michael.
That's a good thing to do. So when we're in that situation, sometimes you have a bully who's wrong about something and they're preaching that they're right, and it makes us question whether we are or not right. And it puts us in a scenario where now we're questioning what we know. Underestimating your own ability and strengths also has a lot to do with the agent on the other side of the transaction. Assuming you know what they want without asking questions, overestimating the other side's knowledge of your weaknesses because they don't know, but you might be thinking they already do. Being intimidated by your opponent, especially the bullies or someone who has a lot of experience, and being over influenced by tradition. Well, it's supposed to happen this way. Well, remember, being nice, being forgiven, demanding respect, and being clear are the hallmarks of being a good negotiator. And so, how we show up really matters, and knowing how to deal with a bully, which we're going to give you some tips and some tricks very soon. The second definition, because the first one we were just talking about BATNA and explaining what that really is. Who has the best plan B? And yes, we should know the generalities of what happens on every transaction if it falls apart. Buyers out of money, sellers going back on market. But there could be other things. It could be that the seller has a non-refundable earnest money, and if they don't close by the end of the month, you're in trouble. Now, you could find that out in a transaction. Should you find that out? Well, it depends on what the seller feels about that. But you could find that out. And boy, would that be a huge issue if it was. I can tell you that when I am asking questions of other agents, I get confidential information all the time that I should never have received. And so I just listen, and all the confidential information that I hear, what do you think I'm supposed to do with information that I hear that I believe to be confidential? Am I supposed to keep that confidential between the person who told it to me because now somehow I'm an extension of that confidentiality? Or do you think it's something that I'm required by law now to disclose to my client because I've learned it? There is a huge but, and it depends on under what agency umbrella you're currently under. So take a crack at that one, Renee.
It really depends on if that person is the seller is the buyer and is there a customer. If they are only a customer, then of course you have to take it back to the seller. But if the I'm trying to find my words with this freaking headache, sorry. But there are some things you keep to yourself in real estate.
Okay. Lior, thank you, Renee. I'm sorry to hear about your headache.
I think that other than in an intermediary situation, you have a fiduciary duty to your client to disclose everything you know.
Thank you, Lior. In an intermediary scenario, anything that you know about the other client is absolutely confidential. You cannot disclose confidential things that you've learned about the seller if you represent the buyer. That's the whole hallmark of intermediary because we represent the confidentiality nature of that as well. So there are some things you cannot disclose in intermediary, like if the seller is willing to accept a price that's lower, or things that a listing agent might find out about a buyer in intermediary that the buyer was willing to pay more. If the listing agent finds out about that, they can't tell the client. Now, outside of intermediary, anything that you are told, you are bound by law to tell your client. The difference is if your client tells you something, you have a confidentiality agreement between the representation agreement that the client signed, whether it be a buyer rep or a listing agreement, and it binds the broker and all of the appointed agents to that client to confidentiality through TREC rules, License Act, agency. And it is a confidentiality bubble between those parties, client and broker. And broker meaning all affiliated agents that are appointed to represent that client. All right, that's a bubble. If someone breaches the bubble and tells another agent who's represented by another firm, who's sponsored by another firm, and that person who's sponsored has a representation agreement with their client, they are duty bound to tell the client everything they've learned. It is not a breach of confidentiality for you to learn something from another agent that you shouldn't have been told and you tell your client. It would be a breach if you didn't tell your client because you're supposed to tell your client everything that you've learned. You might preface it by saying, hey, they told me this and I'm not sure if they were supposed to, but this is what I've learned. That is how it works. If you've learned something in a transaction and you believe it was confidential and it's non-intermediary, you have a duty. So here on the Zopa side, now moving the needle over to this side, it's a zone of possible agreement. So I want you to think of like a line chart where you have on the left-hand side a seller's minimum and on the right-hand side a buyer's maximum. Does the buyer's maximum overlap the seller's minimum? Because if they do, if you've got a seller's minimum here and a buyer's maximum and they never overlap, are they going to likely have a meeting of the minds and get a deal done? Not likely at all. But if the seller's minimum and the buyer's maximum overlap, is it likely you're going to get a deal done? Yes. And it's these 2 points is what the zone of possible agreement is, where it overlaps. The zone of possible agreement is the range where both sides can realistically say yes. It's the overlap between one party is willing to accept what the other is willing to offer. When negotiations identify this space early, they avoid wasted effort, reduce tension, and move directly towards solutions that work for everyone. The examples below show how clear a negotiation becomes once you know the boundaries each side is operating within. Buyer's budget, 450 to 500. Seller's minimum acceptable price, 480. Zopa, 480 to 500. Now, is it likely we're going to find out these numbers? No. But we as a listing agent have an idea of what the seller is wishing for when they listed the property, and we're going to get an offer. So when we get an offer, is that the buyer's highest or is that their lowest that they're going to offer? Have you ever had a buyer come down in price? Probably unlikely, right? That doesn't happen. So the buyer's offer is usually the minimum of what they're going to offer because it's going to be countered and they may end up coming up, but you typically don't have buyers backing off. And just like you typically don't have sellers increasing the price in the MLS. So you know the buyer's offer and the list price, there's a zone there. And now we have to figure out in that zone between those two numbers how far we are apart. So if a buyer offer came in at 490 and the property is listed at 500,000, then there's a $10,000 gap between. And the question is there actually an overlap? Is the seller willing to take 480? Is the buyer willing to go to 510? Was there ever an overlap or is there not going to be an overlap? And that is when you're starting to start negotiations and starting to ask the questions and see what you can get and explain to the other parties the importance of what you're doing. Have any of you ever put into practice the concept of reducing to the ridiculous before? So if there's a $10,000 difference in gap, what is the difference per person, per side? 5,000. So they're really 5,000 apart. They're 10,000 apart, but really, if they split the difference, which we're not going to recommend, but if they did, they would be $5,000 apart. How many of you have ever done the math to determine exactly what that would look like in the buyer's payment? So then you say, okay, Mr. Buyer, I just want to give you an idea of what we're dealing with here. I know that $5,000 sounds like a lot, but to a buyer, $5,000 equals $21.18 a month. For a seller, it's real money, it's $5,000. So the difference is different to a buyer unless the buyer's a cash buyer, and that's typically not the case. The seller, though, has one opportunity to squeeze every drop out. Hopefully, when the buyer buys a property, they're doing it for long term and they're going to be able to make money based on that $5,000 they spend. So the question is, where is the range and how far are they really apart? And then we start investigating that and having conversations about it. So again, that overlap is what we call the zone of possible agreement. Framing becomes very important part of theory in real estate. And people respond differently to the same choice, depending on how it's presented. And some of you are going to smile about this because you're going to see just how you sell something matters so much. How you present something matters so much. So, how many of you would grab something that's 95% lean versus something that said 5% fat? Is it not the same thing? Is 95% lean the same as 5% fat? If you had the same product side by side, cottage cheese, and one said 95% lean and the other said 5% fat, what would you gravitate towards, or what would the average person gravitate towards? So the two labels described the exact same thing, but people overwhelmingly choose 95% lean because it looks more healthy versus avoiding 5% fat. This is simply how it was presented and what frame that you're looking at it. So framing something, meaning putting it in the best light. We're going to frame this subject and we're going to put it in the best light and we're going to sell this position, but we have to think about our words carefully, which means we should have thought about it. So we're not thinking about it while we're talking. So before negotiations really start, remember when we said the very first thing is preparation? Doing our CMA, looking at the numbers, and getting excited about it. Hey, Lisa?
Yes.
Can you check on
Kevin?
Yeah, soon. Okay. So even though the information is identical, lean sounds healthy, fat sounds unhealthy, the frame, not the product, drives the decision. You see, the frame, not the product. It's how you package it. So your words really matter in how you sell something. The next is prospect theory, and an aversion to loss theory. When people fear a loss, they stop thinking clearly. There are people that would much rather avoid losing $100 than win $100. The loss of money, they put a lot more fear in the loss rather than the gain. When people fear a loss, they stop thinking clearly, even in situations where the numbers still make sense. A seller receives an offer that is $15,000 below asking. It's a fair offer based on the comps and it's negotiable, but instead of negotiating up, the seller panics because the idea of losing money and fires back at the counter at their original asking price or higher than asking price because they're offended and objectively it doesn't make any sense. But emotionally, the prospect theory explains it. So when you have a client who is a seller and they have an emotional response to an offer that came in low, we are sitting with the prospect theory and we need to understand it so that we can help them through it. How many times have you had a seller who was offended by an offer that came in? No one? Because either you're asleep or you've never had a transaction. Because just about every single one of my transactions had an offer came in that offended my seller. So instead of negotiating up, the seller panics. There is what's called loss aversion, which is part of this. People are far more motivated, some people are far more motivated to avoid a loss than achieve an equal gain, even when they don't yet have either one. The perceived loss of $100 is more painful than the chance to win $100, even when both of them are unrealized gains or losses. So, what I'm saying is they are clearly more loss aversion. Losing $100 hurts more than winning $100. The enjoyment of winning $100 is all of the passion and love and excitement about winning $100 doesn't, it pales in comparison to losing $100. So they would rather not lose $100 than win $100 because winning $100 feels not as bad as losing $100 in its entirety. The threat of loss moves people faster than the promise of a gain. Negotiators can leverage loss aversion to reframe options more effectively. So we talked about framing. Loss aversion is one of the perfect beginning negotiation frameworks. Loss aversion instead of gain. So we talk about how they're not going to lose and focus on that instead of what they're going to gain. Loss aversion shapes outcomes more consistently than rational cost benefit analysis. Well, we could get this, but instead of getting this, instead of the 5% fat, we're going to hit the 95% lean. So that's where principled negotiation comes in. Powerful negotiators come from giving the clients options and alternatives. So effective negotiators compromise without giving away what truly matters. Oh, so you're looking for washer, dryer, fridge. Okay. Or what happens if you have a scenario where the buyer needs closing costs? The seller has a washer, dryer, and a fridge. The seller wasn't going to leave the washer and dryer and fridge. It wasn't discussed. But the buyer, maybe the buyer needs the $5,000 closing costs because they're coming from a furnished apartment and they have to buy a washer, dryer, and fridge. And they don't have enough money to pay their down payment and pay for a washer, dryer, and fridge. Now, the seller, they're buying a new house that comes with a washer, dryer, and a fridge. But they figured they were going to sell their washer, dryer, and fridge to make a little money on Facebook Marketplace. So then you find out that, If the seller leaves the washer, dryer, and fridge, which they really don't need anyway, then it's going to solve the buyer's need for the $5,000. And the seller would much rather give them the washer, dryer, refrigerator, which really isn't costing them anything, which is going to save them $5,000. The buyer's need is fulfilled. The buyers get what they need, a washer, dryer, fridge, and the seller gets what they ultimately want, is not to pay $5,000 in closing costs. This is the principal negotiation theory, where you're compromising without giving away what really matters. So we're trying to figure out what really matters. Was the $5,000 closing cost what really mattered there? It was the washer, dryer, and fridge. It was the underlying thing that really mattered. So that is what both sides need to have had a conversation about to try to figure out. So what really matters to your clients? Well, they need $5,000. Okay, got it. So they need $5,000 in closing costs. Why do they need the $5,000 in closing costs? Oh, well, because this, and this. Oh, so they need a washer, dryer, and fridge. That is called a black swan moment. That is called when you've learned something that changes everything. Oh, so we can overcome that by giving you the washer, dryer, and fridge. You don't need the $5,000 anymore, right? Yep. That was a black swan moment. It was an aha that changed everything. And now you're able to compromise and trade what really matters. So they both got a deal that they liked better. Now, what would have happened had they not found that out? Maybe the seller would have accepted the $5,000 and then the buyer would have gotten $5,000 and they would have had to go to the store and order washer, dryer, and fridge, had them delivered. Who knows when they're going to show up, and move in the house without those items to begin with. So having the items in the house when they move in was probably a better option for the buyer. But if we hadn't figured it out, it probably would have created a larger pain for everyone than the time and energy it took to figure out what the real need was so that we can solve and overcome everyone's issues and compromise. Trading low value items for a high value gain, which is what happens when you had that black swan moment, you figured out those two items. Accept small losses to achieve a larger win. The small loss was the washer, dryer, and fridge was a small loss in their opinion because it saved them $5,000. Reach outcomes that clients can genuinely accept and stand behind. They're excited about this outcome. This really works well for them. And we preserve our professionalism, respect, and relationships throughout because we're communicating to the parties and everyone knows that we have a general interest in reaching a deal that everyone is going to walk away with, that they're going to find palatable. None of this is possible without trust. If there is no trust, it's offer and acceptance, closed, done. No one really had an opportunity to really look at what they needed. And I would say that's probably 80% of transactions, not the transactions that I close, but it's 80% of transactions because the agents do everything over text. They don't have a conversation. They don't dig at all. They don't like any type of negotiation. And there's a lot of posturing and no one's getting anything great, which means the value of a real estate agent isn't truly the value what it could be. So part of the value proposition that you have is that you're going to spend the time to actually advocate for your client during the negotiation process to try to figure out what both sides is really looking for so that you can help them put together a deal that is the best outcome for both of them, not just let's get it done in a vacuum, let's get it done via text message, and then let everyone deal with their own needs outside of closing. That's not the right way to approach it. National Association of Realtors says that your average buyer and your average seller, they're hiring a real estate agent based on their negotiation, their ability to negotiate. And that negotiate is not just price. How many of you, when you got into drafting an offer for the buyer, called a lender and asked the lender about the close date and asked the buyer about the close date and asked a bunch of questions so that you're getting all this information so you can draft the offer and off right? Or did you just put in a bunch of numbers based on what is your norm and then get into a transaction and they get to work within the confines of what you selected for them? Part of being a good negotiator also is negotiating the original offer as you're putting it together with the client and you're working from their wishes, not your own. Where did the close date come from? Where did the number for the home warranty come from? Where did the closing cost number come from? Where did the purchase price that was offered in paragraph 3C sales price come from? Did it come from you? Or did it come from the client, and why? It should have been a conversation. So here is the example that I just gave. A buyer requests $6,000 in closing costs. Seller immediately resists. I'm not paying someone else's closing costs. But through candid conversation, you learn that they need the $6,000 because of a washer, dryer, fridge. And they spent everything on their down payment and they have no cash left. And they need this to make it all work. So the seller's buying a new home that already has appliances. So the closing cost was never the real problem. It was simply the buyer's attempt to solve a deeper need. So a weak negotiator would have split the difference. And in this case, it would have been a gigantic lose-lose because they would have countered the $6,000 for $3,000 in closing costs. And that would have been a failure to everyone because the seller paid $3,000. That didn't help anyone. And the buyer got $3,000, which was not enough to give him a washer and dryer fridge. So that was truly a lose-lose. Could you see how both of them lost by that split the difference mentality? So the strong negotiator uncovers a true issue and reveals the win-win. So you can have a lose-lose by splitting the difference because of that type of scenario. And by the way, there's a lot of those scenarios inside of a real estate transaction. Seller give away a set of appliances they don't need. Buyer keeps the cash. Deal moves forward. Listening as a martial art. Had the negotiators approached each other as adversaries, they would have never uncovered this real issue. So they need to learn a different skill set, which are psychological tactics that calm people down. Building rapport, earning trust, draw out true needs. This one true statement is that people want to be understood and listened to and accepted. Listening is the cheapest yet most powerful concession, and we heard that in the video, that a negotiator could possibly offer. When you listen intently, demonstrate empathy, and signal genuine interest in what the other side is experiencing, the other side is going to be a lot less defensive and a lot less oppositional to the message, the offer, the counter offer, whatever it is. So this is listening as a martial art. Despite common belief, as are read to you in the book this afternoon, listening is the most active thing that you can possibly do. And then finally, the last principle that we're going to go over as before we start implementing these in your breakout sessions, because you're going to need to know the definition of each one of the things that we're covering here, and you're going to need to be reaching back for them. So I'm hoping that you have absorbed these because you're going to need them. The last one is the black swan principle. This is where you find out a piece of information, maybe unexpected information, that redefines the whole negotiation. You cannot uncover a black swan without you creating enough trust for you to have a conversation with the other side. If you've been a bully, if you've upset them, then it's hard to get them to really tell you anything. They're probably going to let you get a voicemail. It's probably going to be a text message transaction, and you're probably going to get exactly nowhere. For your client, for yourself, for them, for the seller, and now you have two agents who are posturing and butting heads and upset with each other, and this is now affecting the client's outcome of a transaction, the largest purchase of their life. And it's the agents who are now in the way. The agents are now the problem because they don't like each other and they don't work with each other. They just want to get it done. So they're not listening anymore. The worst thing, the best thing that could happen in that situation is the clients fire both their agents and hire new ones. That would have been the best thing for the clients to do in that situation. But likely that's not going to happen, but it should have. And I hope we never find ourselves in a situation where you're upset with another agent and you're refusing to communicate with them, because then you're in that position. You're not helping your client anymore. So if the other agent was being horrible, should we hold a grudge? Should we be forgiving? Remember what we learned in the prisoner dilemma. Nice, number one, forgiving, number two, demand respect and be clear. And so when we take those four principles and we apply it to this, if the other person has been push back, you can tit for tat, but you need to get over it and move on and be nice again. Because that's the thing. Tit for tat was you defected on me, I defected on you, and now I'm going to be nice again. But if you continue to defect and all the way through, you're going to get to the closing table and everyone will have lost. Maybe the transaction will have closed, but did you guys even attempt to figure out what it is that the clients really actually ultimately needed other than closing the transaction? And maybe it fell apart. Maybe it fell apart in the inspections. And I see a lot of transactions falling apart because the agent's not even willing to even inquire more and try to figure it out. Most inspection related issues can be overcome. And the ones that fall apart, usually it's because people were not listening. I have a really good example of that in a transaction that I worked this year.
This particular poem really speaks to me to the difference between what you know and what you believe in. Immerse yourself in these words. A woman was waiting at an airport one night with several long hours before her flight. She hunted for a book in the airport shop, bought a bag of cookies, and found a place to drop. She was engrossed in her book, but happened to see that the man beside her, as bold as could be, grabbed a cookie or two from the bag between, which she tried to ignore to avoid a scene. She munched cookies and watched the clock as this gutsy cookie thief diminished her stock. She was getting more irritated as the minutes ticked by, thinking, if I wasn't so nice, I'd blacken his eye. With each cookie she took, he took one too. And when only one was left, she wondered what he'd do. With a smile on his face and a nervous laugh, he took the last cookie and broke it in half. He offered her half as he ate the other. She snatched it from him and thought, oh, brother, this guy has some nerve and he's also rude. Why, he didn't even show any gratitude. She had never known when she had been so galled and sighed with relief when her flight was called. She gathered her belongings and headed to the gate, refusing to look back at the thieving ingrate. She boarded the plane and sank in her seat, then sought her book, which was almost complete. As she reached in her baggage, she gasped with surprise. There was her bag of cookies in front of her eyes. Uh-oh. I love that. I love that. If mine are here, she moaned with despair, then the others were his, and he tried to share. Too late to apologize, she realized with grief that she was the rude one, the ingrate, the thief.
This is the part people forget.
So, assumptions. Her assumption was that those were hers and they were not hers. And so sometimes we can dig into an assumption that's wrong and it lead us to maybe us being the one who's not so nice. And so I think if you're in a situation, a little bit of conversation probably would have helped figure that out, and they both would have got a good giggle out of it. But instead, nobody communicated. And had someone communicated there, it would have been a very big difference. So challenge assumptions and don't let assumptions rule the outcome. Let the assumption trigger curiosity and let the curiosity ask the questions that's going to remove the assumption and find out the truth, because assumption is rarely truth. Preparation, personal preparation, exchanging information, learning back and forth, exchanging information again, and bargaining. This is the process of negotiation. Now, these 6 steps you're going to do together. And I made sure that I followed these steps in the skit that you're going to negotiate. And it's going to feel a little intimidating because you're going to be negotiating with another agent and you're going to be hearing from your client. You're going to be hearing, then you're going to go negotiate. You're going to learn some stuff on your own and you're going to have to package a deal. And the best deal that is negotiated is going to get points if you're able to negotiate all of the aspects. But some of them you're only going to find out if you happen to ask the right question. So first we have to prepare and then prepare ourselves. yoga, sleep, all the things. We're going to prepare, learn as much as we can about where, if we're working with a buyer, we're going to do a CMA, we're going to walk the property, we're going to see the inside. So we're not negotiating something we've never seen. We're going to do the best CMA that we possibly can. We're going to look at the history of the house. We're going to look at the upgrades. We're going to review the seller's disclosure. We're going to look at the survey. We're going to do everything we can. We're going to look at the maybe the appraisal district and look at the square footage, and we're going to try to get as much information as we possibly can and gather it all together. Then we're going to prepare ourselves. And then once we're there, now we're in the right mindset, the right headspace, and with the right data, we're going to start exchanging information with the agent on the other side. And that's where we're going to start learning. And we're going to learn because we've listened and shared. And then we're going to go back, exchange information. We're going to go back and learn some more, exchange some information, and then bargaining. And each step of the way, it's talk with the agent, talk with the client, talk with the agent, talk with the client. It's not, let's go broker a deal with the agent, come back to the client and say, look what a rock star I am. This is what I did for you. Because that's not what a good negotiator does. Or a real estate agent for that matter. So let's start with the preparation phase. Setting clear objectives, define the parameters, identify the non-negotiables, evaluate market conditions, and assess the supply and demand factors of what's going on in that subdivision, not the macro or micro markets. Preparation determines the outcome long before the offer is ever written. The more precise and informed you are as an agent, the stronger your position and your client position becomes. When I say your position, I mean your client's position. Set clear objectives. Know exactly what you're trying to accomplish. Buy this house. Okay, we got it. Or get this home for this price. Is it get this home or this price or both? What is the real objective? Define the parameters, the terms that your client's willing to work within to stay on track. The financing terms, the concessions, what does your client need? So which means you need to have spoken with the lender. Do they have the cash? Do they need closing costs? Do they have the ability to do closing costs? All of the things considered, including even things like washer, dryer, fridge, moving cost, move-in date. Do they have a home to sell? Do they have a home that they're going to lease? Are they in a lease that's got 4 or 5 more months in it? Are they prepared? Do they have a pre-qualification letter? Are they VA, FHA? All of these things matter as part of putting this deal together. Obviously, if it's VA, then there's certain situations regarding the property itself that will come to light that would be a deal breaker for a lender. So we have to look at that as well. The non-negotiables, things that you can't compromise, things that your client needs, and it's very important to the success of the deal to get, like all their closing costs paid because they don't have the cash, or closing before 12/31. They might have to close on a date, otherwise the whole thing blows up on them because the home that the seller is moving to is going to vanish and now everything is falling apart. The market conditions obviously matter. Who has the favor in the transaction? Who is the market leaning towards? And that can be also addressed by an understanding what the real factors are in the market in terms of supply, demand. Is the home unique even for the market? Because you could have a market that's got a lot of supply, but this is a 6-bedroom house and there's only 3 in the entire market, you see. So even in a heavy supply situation, what they need is still a very unique situation, which means that the buyer may not have such a huge value proposition. And maybe the buyer pool for that property is so low that maybe they do. You just got to look and do the numbers and understand what your value proposition is, what your advantage is, what your unique value proposition and value. Personal preparation. All right. Taking classes like this, taking negotiations at the CNE, MCNE, RENE, the mega class, but also approaching negotiations with curiosity and confidence and a construction mindset that's not a lose-lose. Your attitude matters. And if you're irritable, if you're grumpy, if you're tired, if you're sick, all of these things, that's going to influence how the other party responds to you. So if you're sick, you might want the other one to know, hey, I'm sorry. I know my voice sounds a little rough right now. I'm really sick, but I'm really excited to talk to you. Make sure that if you know that there's a deficiency going on, that you overcome it so that they know that they're dealing with someone who is not adversarial, but someone who's got a cold and they're happy to work with you. But you should not be even attempting to negotiate something when you're not prepared for. So if you walk in unprepared, that is a rookie move. You're going to give up more than you're ever going to gain. Whether it's a geographic competency and not having a mentor, not knowing the contract, not knowing financing, knowing no idea about paragraph 4 FHA VA provision, or a conventional loan that doesn't have an appraisal contingency attached to it. There's a lot. There's a lot that you need to prepare yourself for. So, strengthening you and your knowledge and your preparation of even your mindset in getting enough sleep and exercising and oxygen and food and water and all the things. Exchanging information is the part in which this is where the relationship starts coming together. Establishing rapport, spending a moment. Have we worked together before? Your name sounds familiar. Pleasantries. Hey, I see you got a listing. It's a nice one. Or whatever it's going to be, you should not just skip and dive straight forward into the subject matter, which a lot of red personalities will. Your green personalities won't. Your blue personalities will. They're going to start right about the data often. And so if you fall into one of these personality types that really has you grabbing the bull by the horns and jumping right in, then it means that you need to take a moment and stop and try to create a relationship. Now, if you're two reds working together, you still need to acknowledge each other and start off on the right foot, because once a red gets inflamed, it's very difficult to cool that off. So we want to start with rapport. Not pushy, not aggressive, just pleasantries. Creating a respectful environment too, nice, forgiving, demand respect, and be clear. But a respectful environment also is respecting each other as real estate agents. Well, I've been in the business for 21 years and I know more than you. Is not a respectful. We're both peers. We're both real estate agents. We both have clients, and we're both peer to peer in this situation. It's not I have more experience than you, so I'm a peer and you're subservient to me. It's we are both real estate agents. We're both in this at the same level, eye to eye, representing our clients. There might be a slight advantage on one, but I'm not going to let the advantage create a superiority complex that's going to talk down to someone and then them start questioning what they know and me use that to impede the communication between the two. It has to be something different. So if you have a lot of experience or you have a little experience, it doesn't matter. When you're negotiating, you're supposed to be peer to peer, and you're both a real estate licensee and you both are negotiating for your clients. Don't let someone undermine you. Don't let someone make you cower. Stand up taller and demand respect. Demand respect. Well, I'm here to do a job. I'm representing my client, and I would really like to work with you in a productive manner so that you and I can get this to the closing table and hopefully hit a huge win for both of our clients. Is a smart way an agent who's feeling bullied could address a bully in that moment to hopefully set them back a few steps so that they don't do that again. Because once it comes out that way, then the person who feels like they're being bullied typically is going to clam up, like Veronica said, and they're not going to want to participate anymore. How many of you struggle with what is confidential and what is not confidential? Anything about their person is confidential. Anything about the property is mandatory disclosure. It's the easiest bubble to put them in. Everything about the client, how many kids they have, where they're moving, how much money they have, their buying power, everything is confidential until they have given you authority to make it not confidential in order to disclose it. So we have to balance disclosure with protection, meaning what information can be shared to advance your client's position while safeguarding anything that must remain confidential. So part of it is, would you mind if I shared? Thoughtful disclosure earns trust. Careless disclosure creates risk. So you have to explain or have the client um, provide you the authority to disclose it. For example, a family who's moving here and they want to have the kid move in before the school year starts. Is that something that a buyer agent should tell a listing agent? It's not, but I hear that all the time. Oh yeah, my people are trying to get in before school starts. Wonderful. That's great. This is definitely the time to do it. Yep, and she told me that they wanted to get the kids in before school, so obviously they've got a time issue. So they've given away information that I need to share with my client, but they're trying to sell me on their client. But you shouldn't be trying to sell the listing agent on the client with confidential information. We should be selling their credit worthiness and their time frame, because that was a nugget that I didn't need, but there was things I did need. Like, are you pre-qualified? I would have much rather learn that nugget because that's, in fact, more productive. Learning this down the line might even be a black swan event at some point. But that was a piece of confidential information that I probably shouldn't have had out the gate unless the buyer told the listing agent or told the buyer agent to tell me that for some reason. I'm not going to assume and I'm not going to say, was that confidential information that you just disclosed? I may or may never know whether I was allowed to hear that piece of information. But in a non-intermediary scenario, I'm certainly going to disclose it. And if you are in an intermediary situation and you're confused on what you can and can't disclose, you need to talk with Mr. Potter. You're going to have a manager assigned to your side, and that's going to be the person who has your back to keep your compass north going through it so you never get the wrong answer. So again, the learning phase now. This is where we're learning as much as we can. Tour the property, tour your clients and get a good idea of the client's interest. Do they like it or do they love it? Are they just marginally interested? They're just kind of like holding it so no one else gets it so they can learn a little bit more. Are they really trepidatious about moving forward? Are they really excited? That interest matters. The absorption rate, how long this property likely would stay on the market if you weren't coming along to put an offer in, really tells a story of who has the advantage in the negotiation. How long has the property been on market already? The original list price to where they are now, have they already reduced? I like to try to figure out how much equity the seller has in the property. Ask the listing agent, hey, how's your showing activity been? As I'm making an appointment to show the property. Have they received any other offers? Are there any offers currently in hand? Maybe they'll tell me, maybe they won't. Clarify what the seller wants. Hey, what is your seller looking for? I've got a client, they seem to be interested. They're starting to ask me to put together an offer. I'm working on that offer now. And as part of that, I wanted to find out what the seller's looking for. What are the important things that the seller's looking for? And ask the question. And maybe you learn some stuff. Well, the seller would really, 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 really like this close date, and they would really, really like a lease back. Okay. Gave me some really important information that could help my client. And identify what the seller is offering. Cooperative compensation, maybe right now, maybe not. Obviously, that's going to fall into paragraph 12 a lot more in the future. Are they offering any concessions? Are they offering any repairs? Are they offering any upgrades like paint or carpet? Are there any non-realty addendums, non-realty items as part of this? So there's your learning phase. Again, exchanging information. Conversation starters. Would someone read these? Go ahead, Renee.
Conversation starters. In looking at the comparable cells, in looking strictly at the market conditions, The client is adamant they don't want to overbuy in this market. The client is savvy and wants to explore their options. What's most important to your client? Does your client have any deal breaker items? I have a client that has shown interest.
Depicting on where you are with the market, depicting on how long the property's been on the market, depicting on who the market favors, it very well may dictate on how you begin the conversation. But obviously, in every single one, if the property has been on the market for a really long time and the buyer has a lot of fears, um, I've had situations where a client has messaged me. There's a property that's listed. I believe it's listed high. I've asked the listing agent if they would share with me their CMA. And I tell them, look, my clients just got really concerned. They're concerned about overbuying in this market. They're really concerned. Can you share with me your CMA? And then they can't. And now we both have a good understanding that my client believes the property is over list, and so does the seller because they don't have a CMA to share with me. And so now I understand that everyone knows that the price is wrong. Now, is there anything we can do about that? Bargaining. This is where what is the first move in a chess game? Is you can take the queen right out the gate? Take the rook right out the gate? What's your first move?
Pawn to e2.
Okay. So the nuance of trading items of value without conceding on major concessions is the heart of negotiations. This is where we start talking about the smaller things first. And it's the same way in negotiations. Your opening move doesn't need to be dramatic. It needs to be strategic. Small intentional step. What are your clients offering closing costs? How fixed are they on price? Are they negotiable? These are questions that you can come out the gate that are really good conversation starters. So here's a game plan. Planning the negotiation is essential. So can't stress these questions enough. Is the market with you against you? Does your client love it or like it? Are there competing offers? Does the other negotiator have a competing offer already? Do you know the other agent? Have you worked with them before? Are the parties typically motivated to buy and sell? These are the things that you are trying to look for. So data, client wishes, motivations, urgency, willingness, objections, objectives, other party goals, that zone of possible agreement, an opening offer, and anchoring on something. So typically we jump into a breakout session on this one. We're not going to do it, but I do want you guys to, as one huge group, what are some skills or traits that you think that a skilled negotiator possess? Now, we talked about it earlier in class. You guys came together and brought to me what you think a skilled negotiator. Do you have any that you've added to the list now? Rio, hit the space bar. You are still on mute, Rio. Okay. Leor.
Black One's principle. I'm sorry.
Okay. Black Swan principle. Beautiful, Rio. That is a real one. 100%. Thank you. Leor.
Asking the right questions.
Asking the right questions. Because the right question absolutely is what exposes the best outcome. Sharon.
I'm going to say being able to actively listen and give that kindness that can put you in a better situation overall.
1,000%. Think about going on a date or working with a salesperson at a department store. Thinking about how many of you are going to be rude to a waiter who's about to bring you your food. Obviously, in everything that we do, kindness helps us end up with the very best outcome because people are not the problem. People are the solution to giving you the best outcome. And the nicer you are to the people, the better they are at helping you get the outcome that you want. So if you're trying to leverage an objective, the very best way to get the outcome is not by posturing and being a bully and pushing your uh, what you're looking to achieve, but rather be nice and trying to get someone to want to help you instead of forcing them and telling them why they need to help you. People helping you out because they want to is a very different thing. And that has a lot to do with the relationship that you build. The more that you build a relationship when and build with trust, the more they're going to open up to you and be able to tell you what's going to help your client. So, positive working relationship, the most important thing out of all of this. It's key. Whether it's a hostage negotiator, do you think a hostage negotiator is going to stop out and say, "What the heck are you doing standing out here? Don't you know if you jump, you're going to land on people and kill them? What idiot creative mind do you think it is?" Or is it, "Hey, look at me. Are you okay? What's going on?" What approach is going to help that person not jump? So, in everything we do, whether it's a hostage negotiator, whether it's talking to a police officer who's walking up, who's just pulled you over, are you going to be nice or are you going to be a jerk? You have a choice in every interaction. And if you always choose nice, you're always going to have a better outcome. Now, can I promise that every time you're nice, that it's going to turn out you're going to get what you want? No.
No.
But are you going to have a better outcome than you would have had you not been nice? Yes. An example, you're a jerk to the police officer. "Oh, man, I was nice to him and he gave me a ticket." Well, had you been a jerk, a real jerk, you could have gotten pulled out of your car and detained for a little while and really made life miserable for you. So the ticket was a much better outcome than what it could have been based on you being nice. So we need to not overstate how nice, we can't overstate how good being nice is for the outcome. Even though you might not feel like you got the outcome that you ultimately wanted, it was better than it would have been had you not been nice. So, creating a positive working relationship. If you are worried about being liked, you're going to fail yourself and your client. If the reason that you're being nice is because you want to be liked, you're doing it for the wrong reason. Do you think there's a lot of people out there that are nice because they want people to like them?
Hello, Mohammed.
And if that's the case, what do you think the danger is if you're a negotiator and you want to be liked and you're afraid that you're going to do something that this other agent's not going to like you anymore if you don't give them what they're looking for? What does that do to the negotiation, Amrit?
You gave up your leverage, and also the other side can play that they like you, and then kind of kind of manipulate you into getting things done on their behalf.
You sold your soul for vanity.
You weakened your ability to negotiate.
That's right. Because the outcome that you want isn't the outcome that's best for your client. It's the outcome that you want us to be liked, which means you are not acting as a fiduciary. You're acting as a selfish third party person that's not even arm's length anymore. So if you're worried about being liked, you will fail your client and yourself because it's not about you. So don't make it about you. Even if they don't like you, we can still be nice. Make the client's position clear. Remember, the fourth thing in the prisoner's dilemma was be clear with your objective. Be articulate, be clear. Don't talk in a circle and say one thing and something else and talk in a circle. Make sure that you have clear objectives from your client. So when you're speaking with them, you're clear. Do not negotiate without authorization. Do not make promises you cannot keep. Don't say, "Yep, my client will be fine with that. That'll be great. My client will be, I know them well. They're great. They're super easy to get along with. No, it'll be no problem. Just go ahead and do that." You know what? I spoke with my client and they said no. They will never trust you again. It's, "Okay, got it. I totally hear you. You've been heard. Let me get with my client and I'll get back with you in about an hour. I just need to check with them first." That is the respectful thing to do, both for the other agent, yourself, and the client. And none of the negotiations are your decision. And we have to remember that because as a negotiator, what does Spider-Man always say? Anybody want to say it?
With great responsibility, with great
Great.
powers comes great responsibility.
We have power. And that means that we need to be responsible because it's not our decision. If we take that power and we negotiate for them, then we haven't been responsible and we've lost our fiduciary duty. So now understand what the other negotiator needs or wants, or at least what they're telling you, because right now they're the face of the whole thing. What does your client need? I get what your client wants, but is there some kind of zone here where we can work this out? I get that that's what you've told me, but do you still think that we can work this out? Well, my client really wants to counterback for full price. I get your client wants full price. I totally get that. Do you think that there's a path forward? Ask the questions. Be prepared to compromise. Prepare your client for a little bit of compromise because they're usually not going to get everything that they want. Even in a market that's really favored to one side, they're still likely not going to get what they want because their wants are going to even be more accentuated because they think they're on the right side of the market, as if the sellers in 2020 and some of the crazy things they asked for. And our ability to take objections and calmly work them through, I'm not giving away my house, whatever it is. Mr. Seller, I completely understand. I am right there with you. And acknowledge them, hear them, give them a moment of space, and don't look desperate to settle. I'm going to tell you a little tidbit that works for me. I don't like being yelled at. Anybody here like being yelled at? I don't like it when I have another agent on the other form on the other side of the phone that's just kind of going nuts. And I've had it happen before. Look, my client is not able to close on Thursday. What? Right? And then all of a sudden they're just, or I've had it where whatever situation, they're just coming at me hard. And there have been times that said, I need to interrupt you here. I am sorry. Let's go ahead and pause this conversation and let's put some space between this. Why don't you give me a call in the morning when we both had an opportunity just to calm down a little bit and pick up the conversation? Then we're in the right mindset. Time is a really important asset that you should not minimize. If the other person is really acting out, don't allow them to have the privilege of continuing to talk with you. Sometimes you're going to need to stop it and let them know if this is your behavior, we're going to pause and we're going to do a timeout and we're going to pick it up again. And if it happens again, that's going to happen. And now you've taught them that they're not going to treat you that way. And nothing productive is going to come out of that fire, Scott, other than listening, because they're probably going to say things they should not have, which could offend you, but also could give away their position. I'm not going to negotiate with someone in that mindset, and neither should you. Protect the sanctity of the negotiation by putting some space between it. Back to Ryan Serhant. He seems to have something to say about everything. Ryan Serhant once lost a $9 million deal because of a single comment one of his agents made. Here is an example how one word can blow it for you. This really is what is on the line in these transactions.
A comment along the lines of, you won't be able to afford that.
So backstory, you have someone on Ryan Serhan's team. They have a $10 million listing, $9 million listing. And the buyer agent team, when a buyer was there, used the word, you can't afford that. And what they meant was, you can't afford to pass up this deal. But the words that they used offended the buyer, and this is the outcome.
So won't be able to. It was so unprofessional. They were just completely turned off and offended. They really liked their time with you, but then once he stepped in that door, it completely changed everything for them.
I don't know what to say to you, to be honest. First, I'm sorry. I'm incredibly frustrated.
Well, this was the perfect place for my clients. And
It still could be. It's still there. I'll meet you there, or we can sell it right now. I'll meet you there. Say, Ryan met you, he apologizes. I'll give him a couch. I don't care what the couch costs. I'll buy it. I'll throw in the fucking couch. Okay?
they specifically said, we do not want to do a deal with Surian. And they have actually moved in a different direction where they have put in an offer elsewhere. They were looking quick and they made a decision.
I did it. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Super frustrating. Super frustrating. But thank you. I'll see you on the next one. Yes.
See you then.
Bye.
Good luck. Bye.
God.
Okay, apologize for his language. So, a single statement flying out of your mouth could change the entire thing, and some things are not overcomable. That one, there's nothing that could overcome what just happened. So, it is what it is. So, years had led up to that moment. The listing, the marketing, the stager, finding the right buyer, and there's going to be a very small buyer pool, and the very perfect buyer showed up, and you're in the negotiation, and the sentence was said, you can't afford that. The buyer walked, not just from the deal, but from Sirhan and all of his clients, which means that agent's comment not just affected the seller of that property, but any other listing they had, which means all of the other sellers of that firm were now harmed by this comment. This wasn't just a $270,000 commission, it was trust, reputation, future business, and all of his other sellers who are thinking to themselves after they've watched this of whether or not they made the right decision by hiring him because they're scaring away clients based on cavalier words. Rio.
I'm sorry, I can't imagine how incredibly crazy might have been for Mr. Sirhan. But I'm sure that this happens more often and it just doesn't get documented enough or, pointed enough. But there has to be a lot of these mistakes happening. And especially when you're having quick conversations with clients that are calling and you have different accounts that you have to manage. So I have to say you have to yield. I think I'm going to have to yield myself to make sure I'm talking exactly to that point without saying you can't afford that.
It is so much better to hold your tongue and listen than to give people advice that you had no right to give. Especially when that person was a customer and not a client, because they were represented by someone else. So what in the world was he even exerting his opinion? He should have been listening. I saw a bunch of other hands, but they just went down. Who else had their hand up?
Jack, I just wanted to say, I had a litany of epiphanies in the past 60 minutes, and I feel like I should share this with my class and with you. I came into Mega thinking that my fears and blocks were, lead generation and a general, just, unnuanced approach to real estate. But it turns out that the deeper we have dug, it's been, an inability to negotiate effectively and conflict avoidance and the inability to say hard things because I know that in turn I will not be able to negotiate effectively. So passively just taking whatever's coming the way is the real roadblock. It's never been lead generation and other things. So thank you for this because overcoming this and actually putting words in your mouth and knowing, having the ability to know that hard things will inevitably come your way and you have to be ready to deal with them is the true game changer. Incredible. Just
Thank you, Amrit.
Yeah.
That was incredibly profound. Thank you for being actively here. It means a lot to me and your classmates. Okay, we're going to finish up these last couple slides and then we're going to go on break and then we'll be soon going into our negotiation skit. So, kind of on the cuff of exactly what Amrit just said, be the professional that your client deserves and that the other agent needs in the transaction. The client has chosen you and placed their transaction in your hands. That trust deserves your highest level of professionalism. In this stage of the negotiation, your focus must be absolute. Careful with your words, listening as if it were a martial art, and give your client your best. This means that you should not be doing 1,800 different things, showing a client walking through a property and trying to speak to another agent who just called you back regarding a negotiation. Give it the space it deserves because the inflection, you being out of breath, all the stuff really matters here. And they hired us to be present in every conversation to help them with the negotiation. So, with you being prepared, also is how you show up for the conversation. No distractions, no multitasking, no speakerphone, just your full undivided attention. That is a standard of representation that reflects confidence that they've placed in you. And that, I think, is also far, far understated in what agents state as their value proposition is that I'm going to show up prepared and I'm going to give my client the undivided attention they deserve because they didn't hire a person who's going to be hair on fire, speakerphone, not be able to hear half the other words, and dropping a call and calling them back 20 minutes later, missing the whole thing. That's not what they imagined that they were going to hire. So that's not what they should get. So the do's: schedule a dedicated time to talk. Be seated at your desk, grounded and prepared. Use a quality headset so you sound professional. Just like when you want to sound like a professional when you're doing your lead generation, that was the out the gate person who you said you were. Don't then advocate from that and just turn into a completely different Hyde version of the Jekyll that answered the phone originally when you had crisp, clear sound and present in the moment lead generation trying to convert. Take notes, remember what you're being told, and make sure your file is documented. Forgetting stuff, acts of omission and commission is not going to work. Have the contract, your CMA, and relevant docs in your hand when you're having the conversation. Well, what was that? Okay, got it. Yep. In your hand, not I don't remember. I can't think of it. I need to go back and check. You should have your file at your fingertips. Confirm the other party can hear you clearly so that they're not also in that same situation. Recap key points at the end of the conversation to make sure that everyone's on the same page. Okay, so just let me recap here. It's probably the best little ending to every conversation that I have. And then follow up with an email that recaps so nothing falls through the cracks or gets forgotten about. And approach the conversation with curiosity, my number one favorite. Number two, respect, which is absolute. And number three, calm. And if they're getting a little bit heated and you're finding your anxiety going up, it's time to take a break. Don't allow distractions, silence notifications, don't walk around and multitask, don't rely on a weak signal, don't depend on your memory, don't interrupt, don't rush the conversation, don't get defensive, don't speculate, and don't agree to things that you don't have the right to decide for your clients about. All right. When we get back from our break, we're going to talk about your personality style from the colors, and we're going to dig one layer deeper, which is going to really help you with this. So remember the color. I'm sure each of us remember our color very, very well. We're going to take that to the next step. It's 225. We'll see y'all back at 235. Pre-assessment, introspection. Pre-assessment means that we're going to ask you what you think you are. Then we're going to do some research and find out how close to this you are. So your communication style and your information style. So we already know our personality type. We're either a driver, an expressive, an amiable or analytical. And I put the colors here so you can see that word in the same color. Again, drivers, results oriented, decisive, action focused. When they want to, get out their frustrations, they want to box it out. Expressive, vision oriented, enthusiastic, idea driven, they want to talk it out. Amiable, relationship oriented, supportive, harmony focused, they want to hug it out. And analytical, detail oriented, logical, data focused, they want to put themselves in data paralysis and try to work it out. So those are your 4 colors. Everybody remembers your own. But the question is now, check off the box for your color. Now ask yourself this question. What is my communication style? Am I direct or am I indirect? Says things plainly, gets to the point, low filtering. That would be your direct. And your indirect, say it without saying it. Careful wording, reads the room, implies rather than states. Very different personality state. Michelle Lyconen is someone who's incredibly indirect. Her personality style. So she's going to really try to say something without saying it. Who's one of our preferred lenders who's really good with people. And then what is your information style? Guarded or open? Guarded meaning reserved, selective in what you say, reveals information slowly, versus open. They feel like being transparent is the way to go. The more information you share, the more that they're going to be on board with your position. Shares thoughts freely. So check off the direct or indirect based on what you think your personality style is, and also the information style. Now we're going to jump into it and we're going to learn a little bit more to see if you're right. So there are these 4 hemispheres, the 4 corners rather, the analytical, the driver, the expressive, and the amiable. And so this, if you look at analytical, slow paced, task focused, shows up on the scales as accurate, logical, process driven, risk reduction, proof. They like details, the scientific process or the research is what's going to yield the answer that we're looking for. The amiable, slow pace also relationship focused. They're on the both sides. Both sides of this is going to be slow pace and focusing on relationships and tasks. So this is on the slow side of things. Amiable. Your top task focus, your analytical and your driver are both task focused. On the bottom, amiables and expressive are both relationship focused. And the analytical and the amiable are both slow paced, and the driver and the expressive are both fast paced. So you'll always share something in common with the one of the other personality types in terms of speed and what you're focused your time on. Either you're slow or fast, or you're focused on tasks or relationships. So your amiable are slow and they're focused on relationships. The analytical is slow and focused on the task. The driver is fast and focused on the task, and the expressive is fast and focused on the relationship. And so this kind of helps you have a better understanding. So again, amiable, slow paced, relationship focused, uh, they show up as trusting, harmony, patience, reassurance, stability. Your driver, fast paced, results, speed, control, decisions, closing the gap, getting it done. And your expressive is energy, connection, influence, recognition. These are your yellow personality types. So your expressive is yellow and your amiable is green. Both of those people want to lift people up just in a different way. One is energy and one is harmony. So here we have analytical. Who are my blues? Raise your hand. Veronica. Really? Blue Dot and Diddy, you're the only one? Okay. Logic-driven, data-focused, detail-oriented, systematic, precise, deliberate, cautious, objective, and accuracy-centered. Physical traits, minimal gestures, neutral facial expressions, steady eye contact, still posture, notes or documents in hand, controlled movements. An analytical, out of control, overanalyzes, delays decisions, questions excessively, and becomes rigid or dismissive on intuition. That's on analytical, out of control. And analytical, in control, looks prepared, methodical, composed, using facts, articulate, prepared to argue, and prepared to deliberate a case. So analyticals need to openly show concern and appreciation, try shortcuts, adjust more readily to change, adapt, and accept disorganization versus work on timely decision making, initiate new projects, and compromise. Is it correct? Is their question that they always have. The Reds, does this work? Is the question they always have. Direct, decisive, results oriented, no nonsense, controlled, confident. Drivers are often the first to act, first to take control in a group, first to speak. Physical traits, upright posture, minimal hand movement, deliberate gestures, stillness while listening, steady eye contact, controlled facial expressions, comfortable with silence, hands clasped or resting on the table, and they are looking for no nonsense and they do not like people who ramble on. A driver out of control looks impatient, they interrupt, they cut people off, and they talk over others because they're taking control and getting the train back on the tracks. That's the way they're thinking of it. But a green person doesn't see it the same way. A driver in control looks calm, measured, and decisive. Fewer words, bigger outcome. Our greens, harmony. It's all about relationships. Careful, thoughtful, purposeful, tactful, emotional intelligence, greatly concerned with decorum. Physical traits, slight head tilt, as Vanessa Van Edwards would say, polite smile, steady eye contact, allows others to speak, folded hands, always calm. Now, when they're out of control, avoiding conflict, withholds opinion, over accommodates for others, and usually just kind of caves in. And when they're in control, then steady, confident, supportive, outgoing, happy, respectful, and checking in with people. And finally, our yellows, the rest of you, all of you, 99% of you. Enthusiastic, creative, big picture oriented, fast paced, high energy, emotionally driven. Physical traits, lots of hand gestures, frequent head movements, animated facial expressions, quick speech, talking fast, finishing other sentences because you're both vibing, signs of engagement, hands clasp, visible enthusiasm because they want to mirror the vibe. They want to up the vibe. Out of control, scattered, talking it out in their head, trying to figure it out, jumps between tasks, interrupts to stay engaged, and overwhelm others with their energy, like an electron beam. An expressive and control, engaging, focused, enthusiastic, leading a team, getting people involved. Sally, the cruise director. Is everyone having a good time? Is everyone doing well? Okay, how about let's go on to the next event? Making sure that everyone has high energy, feeling good, and living their best life. Okay, personality quiz. Are you a driver, expressive, analytical, or amiable? Now, we've already done this. And we're not actually going to do it again. Not this time. But there, I don't have a way for you to do it again at this. Yes, I do. Scan this QR code. As long as it's not 315, we're good. All right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put copy 8. I guess I have to do it this way. Oh, look at me. I'm so prepared. Okay. So much like the other one that I did for you, this is another Excel spreadsheet that I created for you. When you click it, it should download. And then when you open it, you're going to see this. Everyone have this at your fingertips when you clicked the link that I put in the chat for you and it downloaded into your download folder and you can see this Excel spreadsheet? As we all just did the beta test version of this a little while ago. Click the words that most describe you in your business relationships. So when we look at these again, we have your analytical driver on top and amiable expressive on the bottom, and all of this means something. So if your look at where the majority of your clicks are. Is it on the driver side? Is it on the expressive side? Is it on the amiable side? And is it on the analytical side? And how close to the center is it versus the outside? And how close to the inside is it? Because the 1, 2, 3, 4 means something and the A, B, C, D means something. And so we're going to just go through these so you can kind of see. All right, welcome back, everyone. Group 1 is Brittany, Caroline, Gavin, who is an imposter, Jay, and Sharon. Who is the captain out of Group 1?
Me.
Okay, Sharon. So, what is your approach with Dr. Lucas Shen?
I believe our approach, if he is our seller, is going to be to come to him with the comps, the time on the market.
Hold on just a second. I'm sorry, but
go ahead.
We thought we were with the driver.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
I understand. So we received the offer. Correct?
Dr. Shin accepted an offer for $615 on his North Austin home. The seller was Dr. Lewis Chen.
Oh, we were
doing the red group. I thought
Ronnie
groups 1
Castilla.
and 4 were red.
Nope. So group 1 was analytical, group 2 was amiable, group 3 was expressive, and group 4 was driver. And I put them all in the chat with a copy of it and the number right above it, which you all should have.
I believe we discussed both, though.
Okay. So I'm just going to go to group 2 as you guys are working that out via chat. Group 2, Birdie, Leor, Raul, Renee, and Rio. Which one did you do?
We did the green, yeah, Elena. So how we talked about addressing Elena's concerns is first of all, because she says that she doesn't really know much about the financial concerns. So obviously first we explain all of that, give her a good idea of what that will look like on her or the seller, and see what her non-negotiables are was another thing that we wanted to do. Um, and then what she wanted to address. And then one way that we also said it is almost as if we put her in the shoes of a blue, a blue personality, but instead of the data with numbers and those kinds of things, we almost walk her through it in the emotional sense. So what I mean by that is like when we're talking to her, we could say, okay, you want this and this and this fixed. What I will say to the seller or the seller's agent to, like we would just walk her through it so she would know that we're not being angry with them or anything because she still really wants the home. So, that's kind of what we were saying is just walk them through it in an emotional sense. Say, this is what we're going to say. We're going to keep it very calm. We're going to say, hey, we love your home. She still wants to go through with it. Just like really walk her through those things. And yeah, that's pretty much all we said, but also just make sure the buyer gets the home. So walk her through it, get confirmation on everything she wants fixed, everything that she wants us to say, and just take it from there.
And what are some things that you can check in with her to kind of maybe help get her back on track and be okay with the whole scenario and everything?
Yeah, so I think just, first of all, explaining the financial side,
Yeah.
of her concerns and those kinds of things, but also just saying, hey, this is so you want this fixed. This is how I'm going to address it to the seller. Do you want me to do that differently? Do you want me to, and I'm going to be very calm about it, because she doesn't even want to have any sort of
So what are the yellows? What do they gravitate towards and what do they love?
We
oh,
have
we're
the
on
green.
green. Yeah, we're
Oh,
on green. Sorry. Oh, I think our slides are showing up
got it.
differently.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. All right, you're on green. That makes more sense. Yes, you're exactly right. You're gonna give them more data and more information, and you're gonna keep giving them the information and the data so that they have what they need because the answer is in the data.
Mhm.
Okay, good. Thank you, Bertie. Group three, Jennifer, Renee, Sherry, and Veronica.
Okay, we're group three and we're did expressive and we're going over it and she is very emotional, reactive, and inconsistent with her choices, but she has already lost two bidding wars. Um, she really loves this house that she really is looking at and really wants to do it, but is worried about her fund money and if she goes, well, she really likes the house and it's getting a lot of traffic. And the seller said that there's already 7 scheduled showings coming up. And so she said she's willing to go 825, but is worried about it might cut into her fund money. And so we're gonna go back to the seller and ask if they are like what other things that we could come back, like if they need a lease back or if they need to, I don't know, if they could help with closing or something, and also doing our homework too with the CMA, if even offering 825 is going to be worth it to the pricing. So getting all our preparations done and then going back to the buyer and really asking her, okay, is this a home that you really love? Is like $100 going to make a big difference for you for your fund money within through the year? Or and going from there, deciding like even if that's too much to offer or if we should come down a little bit, kind of negotiating where she stands. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
and sometimes the clients don't hear what they think they heard. It was about 5 years ago, and I was dealing with the yellow, in almost the same situation. We were in a multiple offer situation. It was in 2022, and she got countered for 25,000. And although she logically thought this through, and her first reaction was that they're asking for 25,000, and so she was thinking in her mind, that's $25,000 extra a year I have to come up with. It's like, no, this is $25,000 over the lifetime, over the next 30 years, not every year. And so they heard 25,000 and they applied it to the wrong metric. And
Mhm.
so we have to make sure that we reduce it to the ridiculous. So this is $25,000 more than asking price. That's going to be over 30 years. That's going to affect your payment by about 108
Yeah.
a year. I mean, a month, $1,200 a year. And then all of a sudden they're like, oh, I see. Okay, yeah, let's do that.
Mhm. Yep, I agree with that.
And at the end, I always like to check in with my yellows. Um, you know, are you excited? Are you still excited? Oh my gosh, yes, I'm just so nervous. I understand it's a good nervous. All right, let's get this done. I
Yeah.
always want to check in with them. Good job. Excellent job. You applied
Thank
it
you.
exactly to the right things.
Yeah.
All right, group four.
It's going to be me.
Mohammed in group four. Hello, Mohammed. Did you guys do the driver?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we told him that the Zillow data is outdated. So we can consider the consideration of value, or we can have a clean comps on HAVC and solar, and we can order an appraisal, and we can do another comp. But if the appraiser doesn't come to the price, then you should take the offer.
Okay. So here you have a red and you're trying to deal with a seller, and the seller wants to list for 775, but your comps, you recommend 725, and here you go. After 3 weeks, an out-of-state buyer submits an offer for 760. You initially said 725, and so he's listed at 775, and the 760 offer gets countered for 770. Um, and the buyer agent responds, they're relocating for a job. They'll walk if they're pushed. Ronnie replies, they won't. They want it. I know leverage when I see it. He has already contracted a builder on a new construction home in Katy and wants to close fast. So here you have a buyer who is moving fast, thinking cavalier, and overplaying his hand possibly, and he's putting a lot to risk. So with every decision comes risk. And with reds, I always like to throw it up and say, well, there's with every decision there's risk. And reds understand risk more than most because they play in that world. And so with everything there's risk. And if this buyer walks, then that means that we're waiting for the next buyer. I mean, you're exactly to go to Zillow and explain to them that, that's not accurate data. But for the red, sometimes it's better. When do you need to be in by? And so when do you have to have the Katy property sold by? Okay, because they tend to overestimate uh, their ability. And if you remind them, okay, so what's the Katy deadline? You have to close by when? All right. So then in order to get that done, this has to sell, right? All right. So there comes risk here. What happens if these guys walk? And so they want very frank, short sentences and ask them the questions, let them answer it, but just keep asking them the questions and let them tell you the answer. What is the deadline for Katy? What happens if they rock? And everything comes with risk, because you have to make sure that their overconfidence is not going to land them with crashing down the whole thing. Because is it smart to have a property that's listed $50,000 high and someone came in at 760 and counter them for 770? It's probably not, especially when you hear from the buyer agent. Uh, uh, they'll walk if pushed. Um, you're going to be working both sides. Well, look, the buyer agent has told me that they will walk if they're pushed, and their relocation, which means they're serious. They're no nonsense. They want to get this done. So they're in it at 760. 760, you got a deal. And when you tell a red at 760, you got a deal, that becomes an anchor that they get very attracted. They like that a lot. This is what gets it done. 760, you've got a deal. They need to hear that from you. That's going to re-anchor them on 760. They got a deal, and that's going to mean a lot to them. Probably the most impactful thing that you can say to a red. Okay, I already kind of did the first one together. So group one, knowing that you did the group two, we're just going to stick with this and we're going to move on. Conflict is the next conversation. A very assertive style. Your negotiating style by understanding conflict, competing, people who are assertive, the goal is to win. More emphasis on winning than nurturing a long-term relationship. Their focus is winning, not building a relationship, but trying to calculate and figure out how they can win. So those assertive people who are red, we talked about on the assertive side, which your red and your expressive are both assertive, more so than most other personality styles. Then their goal is to win. More emphasis on winning. You can steamroll your way to victory. Suitable when you're convinced we are right, or in a very strong bargaining position when there's a lot to gain, when success is vital, or there's a little time for niceties. The downside of competing aggressively is that it can leave the other side feeling resentful and uncommitted. We have to be very careful when you're dealing with someone who's assertive, because they're trying to get it done, and in their mind, they're saving everyone time, and that's good, but it's also not allowing everyone to participate. And Maybe everybody doesn't want to be having terms dictated to them, that they want to have an opportunity to play in the space of negotiation and not have them told what's going to happen. And people who are assertive tend to come to the table with a framework that makes sense to them. Maybe it doesn't make sense to everyone else. Accommodating. Obviously, we're talking about the polar opposite as far as from the assertive as you can. These are people that want everyone to come to an agreement and they're willing to step out of the way to make something happen. Whether that means step out of the way for a seller to get a better deal on a home because they can't, which I've seen happen, or um, they put more emphasis on the relationship than anything else. Puts the relationship ahead of our own short-term interests, which sometimes means that they will negotiate themselves out of the best position because they want, as we spoke before, to be able to move in with less conflict and have everyone feeling good about it because they're thinking someday I'll sell this home and I'll make lots of money and I want the seller to be able to make money. I want a fair price. I want the people who in the neighborhood to like me and I want to walk into the house and I want everything to feel good. We'll live to fight another day. Pick your battles. Useful when we realize our position is weak or when we're building emotional credit with our counterpart, or the risk is that take the gains for granted and expect us to be a pushover next time. So if we are being accommodating in a conflict, then sometimes the fear is that we're going to be a pushover. And avoiding. Classic non-engagement style. Delay. So assertive, win. Non-assertive, yield. Classic non-engaged styles to delay, and then split the difference approach. The split the difference approach is the best example of lose-lose we have in real estate because usually people make compromises on major concessions and they're not really thinking about all the other things that could help build what is ultimately going to be the best thing for everyone because it's lose-lose almost every time. Why you should never split the difference. So people who are not trained will say split the difference. And if you say to this sentence on the phone, why don't we split the difference? If that person is a trained negotiator, they're going to know that they're not working with a trained negotiator. And so we never want to split the difference. It's usually where parties make major concessions. No one is happy with split the difference. It's often resentful too. If compromise occurs early during the offer acceptance phase of the deal, there is a bigger chance it's going to fall apart later. And clients may expect the agent to contribute since they conceded early and put the deal together too quickly without really getting some things they needed, like a close date or something that was important to them. And it usually split the difference happens to speed up the process and get it done. And again, it's not the kind of transaction where people really feel good about it and you get into the option period and they're already upset going into the option period and then you're going to see a flex happen in there. So, how many of you have heard the word bargaining? But do you know what that word means? So the word bargain comes from an old English word called bargaineer. This actually was a profession. This was your very first negotiator, and their job was to haggle and to make a deal and to negotiate a transaction. These are the 12th and 13th century negotiators. Goes all the way back to the Germanic root of to protect or defend. To bargain is to protect or defend. It's a very interesting mindset when you think bargaining something or negotiating something is us protecting or defending. Usually it's going to be the value of the item in the first place or the client's position in the first place. So the most effective negotiators, they have done their research, they're prepared, they've prepared themselves, and everything is going smooth. And it's coming across so smooth that no one even knows that this person really is negotiating. Like a script, for instance. Your script can be so smooth that someone doesn't even know what it is that you're doing. The Ford script can be so smooth that the other person doesn't even know what you're doing. How many of you used the Ford script and the other person on the other side had no idea that you were using the Ford script? This is how the negotiation is supposed to happen. You're supposed to create the rapport, create the relationship, ask questions, and the other person have no idea what it is that you're doing because you're a skilled negotiator. And so a part of it feels natural. It's thoughtful questions, calm curiosity, genuine fact finding, gathering information. Now you're interpreting it and helping guide the discussion towards the next big step without these friction points, without creating conflict, without any of this. So when negotiation starts to feel like an auction, when it starts feeling like it's win lose, lose win, when it becomes confrontational or it starts feeling pressure or chaotic, then it's already broken down. When it's still smooth and you're still having these conversations and everyone is still in a good place, then you're inside of a skill set. Bargaining is the back and forth exchange of proposals. Well, what if? And we're going to get into the next segment, which is going to be the what if scenarios. And a good skilled negotiator typically uses those two words as part of their negotiation. And there's an entire realm of negotiation theory called the what if scenarios. And that's where real negotiators play, where they pose questions. Well, what if this and what if that and what if this? And they're bringing proposals and ideas, trying to put ideas out there to see what sticks. So, bargaining, you're looking at terms, conditions, timing, concessions, and value on the parties. So, you've got different type of formats for bargaining. You have positional bargaining, value negotiating, and hypothetical bargaining. That is your highest skills. So you're really looking at a tier level of negotiator. Your novice or your introductory, unskilled, new to negotiation are going to be bargaining based on positions. My client needs to be on this date and they want this price. Win lose, sometimes lose lose. My price, no deal. They don't have any pleasantries, ego based, narrow, deadlocks, all of that. That's what you call positional bargaining, and it's failed. It's a failed approach. And it's where most negotiators start with these positions where they think if I put a mountain here, then they're going to come meet me on my mountain. And what's going to happen is you're going to be standing up there by yourself. Value negotiating, which is start of good. Maybe 85% of agents are floating in this space. Collaborative, uh, talking back and forth, trading valueless items for value items, create win-win outcomes. Maybe there's some split of the difference going on in here, and that's still not good, but at least they're trying to create value for everyone in their mind that they're doing that. But the very best negotiating is what if scenarios. What if the seller were to leave their washer dryer? Would that make a difference, Mr. Buyer? Oh, yes. Got it. So the 5,000, start asking those. And then on the other side. So my clients are asking for 5,000. What if the seller conveys the washer, dryer, and fridge and the buyer drops the 5,000 closing costs? The conversation has to come from somewhere, but it tests boundaries without committing. It's not making a promise. It's putting ideas out there. It's not divulging confidential information. And sometimes when deals are stuck, this is how you can unstuck them. Like, what if we meet around a round table and have a larger discussion with the parties so that they can reintroduce the conversation? Most agents fail at bargaining. This is right out of the RE&E book. Most agents default to positional bargaining because they learn from adversarial agents how not to do it right, and they're doing it that way because that's how they learned. They learn from the price is the only lever that you pull, and it's the most important thing, and it's all about price, which I mean, honestly, the price really doesn't matter that much to a buyer in terms of what it does to their payment. Most buyers are ending up at asking price, and as long as the property was listed correctly. So price really term at the end of the day usually isn't the most important. The house is what's most important to them because yes, they're showing the house based on the price, but they pick the home that they like the best between a price range. They don't understand BATNA, best alternative to a negotiation agreement, who's got the best plan B or zone of possible agreement. They're not trying to explore that. Only value creation. And it's an emotional negotiation instead of a informational one. So we at Realty Texas, mega agents bargain differently. They use curiosity, respect, creativity, structure, and interest-based topics, asking very curiosity questions. So in terms of the BATNA, every client must know what is the best option if this deal does not happen. You should have had a conversation with your client. So what happens? What is our best plan B? So it gives your client an understanding of what their leverage is so they're not overplaying their hand, especially if they're a red. And it protects them from making costly mistakes that they can't recover from. But more importantly, it lets them know the value of what's ahead of them versus here's what we have as a possibility. And if this vanishes, what is our backup plan? Because you need to know what the backup plan is too as a real estate agent. And then we have WATNA. What's the worst thing that can happen here? What is the worst thing? What's the worst thing that's going to happen? So one thing is what's our alternative? What's the, best alternative? But then what is the worst alternative? And we spoke about this during our CMA class when we talked about um, things like what is good about having higher interest rates. Well, higher interest rates puts downward pressure on home prices. You can buy the home for a lower price. And that means that you can refinance it later. The interest is tax deductible, fewer buyers in the market. It creates more buyer pool. Back in 2020, when it was low, the prices skyrocketed and you have no choices to buy a home. Today, you have a lot of choices. So the interest rate may be 3% more, but you have more homes to choose from. The price itself is lower, the tax rate is lower, and now you get to write off the interest rate. So it's maybe not such a bad thing, right? So in this same sort of scenario, what is the worst alternative to a negotiated agreement? Could be rising interest rates if they don't get this done because they have their interest rate locked, losing their replacement property, increased carrying costs, market changes, upcoming deadlines. That's for the seller. They have a property they're going to buy and they're going to lose it. They've got deadlines. They've got increased carrying costs. And for the buyer, what is their side of things? So we talked about that a little bit earlier. And then again, the walkaway price. This is the most confidential piece of information that you will ever learn from a client. This is probably the most sacred. And giving this away without even if the client said, I want you to tell them my walkaway price, you probably should counsel them a little bit and dig in a little bit and deeper. Every client must have a private walkaway price. Sellers, the lowest number they will accept, and they don't have to tell you what that is. And buyers, the highest number they will pay. Mr. and Miss Buyer, there is a point where the deal no longer makes sense to you. A number at which you're completely comfortable walking away and moving on to the next home with no emotion attached. The number is your walkaway price. And you need to define before we proceed. And you don't have to tell me what that number is, but you should have that number in mind. And I tell my clients this, and they really like it. And it should be kept a secret, and it should be stay firm and only adjust with concessions. And it's up to them to decide what they're going to do. But their walkaway price is usually a number with, you know what, there's other homes that is going to be offer me more. If the buyer is, you know, got a property that they love and it's $30,000 overpriced, and we've done a CMA up one side, down the other, and they're like the red script that we just did a moment ago, they come in higher than what they should because they like it, and then we get countered for full price again. The question is, at what point do you apply that number to the rest of the market inventory to see what else offers you? Because it very well could be that that number could offer them more somewhere else. Anyway, it's the number in which they could walk away and they no longer have any emotional attachment against the property. They're like, you know what, at that price, I don't even care. I don't even care anymore. We'll move on. So if it's five or $10,000, usually they don't get it, they're disappointed. But if it's something much greater than that, usually it's no, this is stupid. I'm not gonna no, we're good. We're moving on. I'm done. That is the best way for a buyer to move on. Then they didn't hit that number, they didn't get it, and then they're emotionally upset, and now they're applying this to every other home, which we've had buyers that were disillusioned before from that. We've already spoken about the zone of possible agreement. 5 more of these. Price is not just a number. Agents must teach clients that in negotiation theory, price is not just a number. Price equals number plus terms plus conditions. So, closing date, repair concessions, personal property, financing conditions, rent backs, lease backs, title issues, appraisal outcomes. Novices negotiate the number, professionals negotiate this entire transaction. Principled negotiation. This is the getting to yes. With 4 principles. Separate the people from the problem. Focus on interests, not positions. Generate options for mutual gain. And use objective criteria. And all of this wrapped in curiosity and what if questions. This is where we're going to move forward from here on. The positional versus principled bargaining. Positional, my way or your way, threats, pressure, single solutions, erodes relationships versus the principled. Explore interests, mutual options, uses data, the blues love, protects relationships, which the greens love, creates better outcomes for clients, which they all love. So, a skilled bargaineer operates as a professional and they're using principled bargaining. So in this, we are going to think about the walkaway price. We're going to think about the BATNA, best alternative to a negotiated agreement. Think about the WATNA, worst alternative to negotiated agreement, and the zone of possible agreement, the ZOPA. And we're going to think about the curiosity. We're going to think about the what if questions and positional bargaining, which is not about the price, but about all of the items combined. And we're going to take all of these concepts that we have just put together and we're going to take it into a negotiation where you're going to get paired with one other person in class. This is where Gavin and Lisa are going to jump in and they are going to be in a breakout room by themselves. One of them is going to be the buyer and one of them is going to be the seller. Your buyer and your seller. Now, you agents, you're going to get paired with another agent and you're going to negotiate for your client and you're going to be negotiating with another classmate who's negotiating for their client. So every one of you that are in this class, you're going to be representing either a buyer or a seller, and that has been picked for you. So we're going to tell you who that is. Then you're going to have a buyer room and you're going to have a seller room. So you're the buyer agent or the listing agent. That's your role. You're either the buyer agent or the listing agent. We're going to get into the script and you need to pay very close attention to these rules. You're going to hear from me. I'm going to tell you the general situation of what's going on with the clients. And then you're going to go into the buyer room. And a bunch of you, or half of you, are going to be buyer agents. And you're going to go into the buyer room. And there's going to be slides inside this buyer room that the slide on the screen you're going to read. Sometimes there's a QR code on that slide and you can click the QR code and it's going to open something on your phone. It's always going to open a PDF document. Sometimes there's going to be a link that you can click that's going to be a recording. Someone just repeat that to me.
Sometimes it's going to be a link that's going to be a recording that we listen to.
Yes, because one of them is 4 pages long. And if you read that whole thing, some of you are faster readers than others. And so if you click the recording, it's going to immediately play the recording and you'll be able to hear the whole thing. And it is a client. It's your buyer or your seller, depending on who you're representing, and it's going to be your first message with them. So that's going to be your conversation. Then you're going to come back to the main session and I'm going to tell you a bit more about the transaction. And then at some point, you're going to go into a negotiation room where you are paired with another agent. The two of you are going to go into that room and you're going to negotiate. Then you're going to leave and you're going to come back to the main session and you're going to go back to your respective buyer and seller room and go back to your client again. And when you go there, there's going to be another slide and it's going to be more information because you're going to negotiate. You're going to learn from the other agent because both of you will have gotten different information from your clients. You're going to come together and negotiate. You're going to talk about some stuff, but you have to take it back to your client. So you're going to go back and you're going to learn more from the client. Then you're going to go back to your negotiation rooms again, and you're going to do that 3 times. The very last time you're in your negotiation room, you will have had permission from your clients based on the information that you provided them to negotiate the deal. And the only way you're going to negotiate this properly is if you have asked the right questions, listened like it was a martial art. So when you push that record, you need to listen to it and make sure that you listen to it carefully because nothing in this is just because. Every word, every statement has a meaning behind it. And if you really pay attention to what you're learning from what happens in the buyer room and what's happening in the main session when I'm explaining to you the scenario, you guys can really negotiate a good deal. The pairs who get it fully right are going to get points. You have to get all 5 elements correctly. And I'm not going to tell you how many elements because there's not exactly 5. Okay. So the seller in the scenario is analytical, and the agent is expressive. The buyer is amicable, and the agent is a driver. So those are the 4 personality types that we have. A driver buyer agent with a green amiable buyer, an analytical seller, and an expressive listing agent. It is 3:45 now. You're going to go on break. And while you're on break, Lisa, Gavin, and myself are going to put all of this together. We're going to let you know who you're paired with and exactly what group and what team you're on. Welcome back, everyone, from your grueling negotiation that you had with your fellow Realty Texas agent. I hope you had fun with this. I hope we've learned something from it. The outcome here is I'm hoping that you negotiated a full price offer and you were able to get the offer down to 30 days because that would save the seller from having to pay for the rate, the second lien. That's a big savings for the seller, just that one thing. The closing costs was a trade-off for the washer, dryer, and fridge. So hopefully you conveyed the washer, dryer, and fridge so that the buyer didn't need to have to pay themselves, which means the seller doesn't have to pay the $5,000 closing costs, and the buyer doesn't have to pay for a washer, dryer, and fridge, which is why they needed the closing costs if we had listened to the overall thing. And then the same thing with the furniture. The furniture was going to cost the seller $5,000 to transport it. That's a lot of money. And no real gain there because he really had no use for it. It didn't even match the house that he had. So he didn't really even want it. The buyer wanted it, so by leaving the furniture and abandoning it, it saved the seller another $5,000 in freight. So here you have a situation where you've got a kid who has allergies and they don't want to move in on day one with carpet that has a pet dander. So if the seller can fix that, if the buyer can take the furniture and the seller not have to ship it, if the buyer can close earlier, then the seller is gonna not have to have this huge expense in the second lien. And then of course it just comes down to swapping the appliances. So these are things that had we just listened to the whole thing, everybody has a win-win. The seller got their net, and the buyer was able to move in and get all the things that they need. So there's a plan here where all the Legos connect. And so hopefully you're able to read the little subtle cues that was in these emails and messages from the client and the communication with the other side and some things that the other side would share with you that if you asked the right question they were allowed to tell you, but only if you asked the right question. So here's our top 10 negotiation checklist. Negotiate as a real estate professional, keeping in mind at all times the duties of being scrupulous, meticulous, honest, and fair. Identify the client's goals, interests, and priorities. Clarify what they want, the price, terms, timing, risk tolerance, must-haves, deal breakers, without inserting your own preferences. Number 2, define the client's BATNA and reservation point that we talked about. Determine the best alternative available to the client if no agreement is reached, and the lowest or the highest acceptable outcome that they authorize without handing over that number to the other side. Assess the strengths and weaknesses and risks specified to your client's position, which could be driven by the market, financial constraints that they have, property condition of the subject property itself, the leverage of the clients themselves with the market they're in, and the negotiation postures from each agent. Number 4, understand the other party's interests and motivations. The opposing side likely wants their timing, certainty, financing concessions, but you have to ask all those questions to find out what they're willing to share. Evaluate the other party's best alternative for negotiated agreement and leverage by listening to some of the things they say, like kids have to be in before school starts. Confirm whether there is a zone of overlap where your clients can actually meet an agreement at all. Prepare your client's authorized strategy, the limits, have a conversation with everyone, and do exactly what you've just done, and go ahead and speak to your other agent. Create the safe space and negotiate it, but starting with respect, because it's the people who are going to get you to the outcome. Make sure you prepare objective data, especially for your blues that support your client's position, and the more data that supports your client's position in the market helps. That could be comparable sales, absorption rates, condition reports, timelines, financing realities, all the things. Anticipate communication dynamics, like learning the personality color of each person involved and how you can help them overcome issues and what they're like on a good day and a bad day, and give them the information they need to help make a good decision. I think we get out of Mega having a good understanding of the yellow, red, blue, and green personality types. That really helps you approach your negotiations, and verify that your negotiation approach fulfills all your fiduciary duties, that you're not negotiating on behalf of your clients. So the most important skills: state position and terms clearly, separate the people from the problem, set your ego aside, respect the other side's priorities, know the value of time, listen as a martial art, have empathy, focus on interests, not positions, open-ended questions, and aim for a win-win. It's not a zero-sum game. I am going to film a recap, which is going to be a recap of Mega Modules 1 through 12. That recap is about 20 minutes. So expect an email with 3 things: a roll-up for this class, a second link for the Mega 12 exam, the Mega 18 exam. So you have 2 exams to proctor now. The Mega 12, this class, which is 20 questions, but then you have an entire Mega exam, which is 50 questions. And guess what? They're all questions you've already answered. They're the most important questions out of all 12 exams. And so it takes about 20 minutes to get through both of those exams. So you're going to need about an hour of time today to watch the 20-minute recap, take the first exam, and take the second exam. And then you're officially checked off all of the boxes for Mega 18. And what an incredible journey this has been. Anybody want to have any final thoughts regarding your negotiation that you just took?
I need more practice.
Practice is good.
Yeah.
Emmerich?
That was pretty incredible. Me and Sherry had it was good. We were able to do it well.
I was just going to say, my hat's off to Amrit. He did a really good job, and very calm. It's easy to, well, no, I want to get, he just executed very, very well, very professionally. And I just want to give accolades to my partner.
I love that. Good job, team. Go team. Rio, I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you. So one thing that I'm a good takeaway from today for me is that any kind of decision-making process that we as agents are going to do, that we yield our minds that there's an actual boss behind us. And they're going to be asking us, why did this? And why didn't you call me for that? So it's really important that we hone on that idea that as much as we want to think and be great and powerful, that we have somebody that we have to respond to.
We are accountable for our clients. We negotiate for them, not on their behalf, or on their behalf, not for them. We don't make decisions. We take every single item back to them, discuss it before we make any promises. We can ask all the what if questions in the world, but we always say, let me take it to my client.
I feel much sharper.
Good job, Sharon. I love that. I have thoroughly enjoyed my time with Mega 18 over this entire crazy month of July. We step into tomorrow with graduation, and I look forward to seeing you all there. So just remember 1 hour tonight, 20 minutes for the recap video, which I'm going to film now and have it to your inbox in the next hour. You've got a Mega 18 exam that you can take, which is 50 questions, and a Mega 18-12 class. Those exam links are already inside the emails. You can find them now and go ahead and do it, or you can wait for my wrap-up email. But you're not going to get the wrap-up email until I film the recap of Mega, which I'm going to do right now. So I'm going to let anybody stick around if you have any final thoughts, but you are officially class dismissed. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
A very big thank you to you, Jack. You and Lisa put on an incredible class, and I very much appreciate all the time, effort, heart, and energy you guys put into it. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Sharon.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sherry. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Harshita.
I'm
Thank you,
very
Emma.
sorry I won't see everyone at graduation tomorrow, but they put my dad in the hospital this afternoon, so
I'm sorry.
I'm Oklahoma City bound.
You will
But
be
I
in our hearts
really,
and our minds.
Careful.
I really enjoyed this though.
Did you wipe your body?
Thank you for being here, Renee.
And I won't see you all tomorrow because tomorrow is my birthday, and I'm gonna go turn
Birthday.
32 again.
Why don't you want to go to Prohibition?
Thank you, Jack.
Thank you, Leor.
And
Thank you,
happy
Jack.
birthday, Veronica.
Happy
birthday. What an incredible journey, Jack. Unbelievable.
Thank you, Amrit.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you so much.
Mohammed, it's always a pleasure.
Us. And you say that our hourly rate is $560. Yours should be $1,000 an hour. Why you charge $50 for the whole day?
Right?
I agree with Mohammed. He's absolutely right.
I appreciate it.
Hasta la vista. See you guys later.
Okay. Bye, Rio. Mr. Potter, thank you. Jennifer?
Oh no, I was just typing a
You are
message to
welcome.
you.
Well, I have to teach the rest of the class, and so I need to start teaching, and I don't want, and so I'm gonna log
Have
you
a
guys
good
out.
day.
Bye,
Thank
Hang
Jennifer.
you.
on one
Thank you.
second.
Okay, Mega 18. All right, let's get to our recap. In all things that you do, consider the end. Referrals, your reputation, what you want out of your business. In real estate, you have the option to make as much money as you possibly could dream of or none at all. And it's a choice every day you wake up based on your mindset, what you set and focus your attention on, and setting your attention to income producing tasks. Goals is absolutely critical. Every January, getting into our goal planning is probably the best way to start your year. We've got Kylie at Key Title, who every annually takes you through the Realty Texas business plan to help set your production goals and your units for the year. That helps you know what you're aiming for because a goal properly set is halfway reached. You should have a goal coming into every single year. Please join us in our January goal planning. All of the other mega graduates from the past have. Don't be afraid to give up the good for the great, John D. Rockefeller. Many of you gave up amazing careers or retired from amazing careers to step into this profession. And this is a profession, and this profession is great. But we have to give up the bad habits, we have to get out of our own way, and we have to understand that we're an operator. And if we're going to be the operator of our business, there's also a supervisor. We have to manage ourselves and hold ourselves accountable for prospecting, setting appointments to go meet them and convert those into representation agreements, get the representation agreements and help them get under contract or get their property under contract, and then close them, and then get referrals and build the referral based business from scratch from day one. And if you're on day 500 or if you're on year six, the time is now to reconnect with every single person you know, have those conversations, and get those referrals. Because typically, the issue in real estate is not the next transaction, but it's how we conducted ourselves in that transaction and how we followed up with the person after the transaction. The greater danger isn't that our aim is too high and we miss it, but that it is too low and we reach it. When you set those goals, make meaningful goals. Make it mean something. Hold yourself accountable to doing more than you've ever done. In January, you can have some pretty good idea how much money you want to make, but maybe you push the envelope just a little bit. Make a few more extra calls. Work just a little bit harder every single year. Because the more people you connect yourself with, the more transactions you're going to find yourself closing. And that is a very nice, um, you know, maybe I've closed more than 1,000 transactions in my career. It's like 1,100 and something. And it's not about the number, and it's never been about the money, but it is about helping a whole lot of people. And the money is obviously important. Everybody needs sustainability. Everybody needs money to take care of themselves and their family and generational wealth. And the transactions are going to get there. And so, with our mindset in the right place, with the right focus, with the right drive, all of it comes together with an incredible income, but also an incredible profession that you can be proud to be in. If I could show you how to make $1 million in the next 12 months, would you find value in that? I hope you just said heck yes, because that is what Mega was about. It was about making sure that you understand that there is no glass ceiling for you, that there is no top producer out there that has something that you don't. You have everything it takes to be a top producer in this profession. All you have to do is focus on the income producing tasks that's going to get there. And if you think you can and you think you can't, it's right, because it's going to be mindset. So make sure you write about the success, not write about the failure, because if your mindset is in the wrong place, it's going to drive you to an outcome that either you don't want or you do. And if you want success, picture it, think it, materialize it, manifest it because it's yours, because there's just too much opportunity. Right now, 1/10 of 1% of Americans make 3.2 million a year. 1% of Americans make $825,000 a year. It is not uncommon for a real estate agent to make between half a million and $1 million a year. This means that you become part of the 1%. And do you think that you're going to have to do something differently to find yourself in that group? And it absolutely is. And just how many homes do you have to sell to reach the 100,000 a year, 500,000 a year, or a million? Well, we know what the dollar per hour is, and you did that number. The typical agent's making 20 bucks an hour. The mega top producer that is closing half a million a year is $260 an hour versus the mega top producer who is out there making $1 million a year is making $520 an hour. Your ability to hire an assistant and create a team greater than yourself is not only a reality, but almost necessary. 95% of agents share in 5% of the business, and it's those 95% that don't have the income or the mentality to hire an assistant, and they're going to continue being an operator, and they've basically created themselves a job. Versus someone who is a business minded person who, with a business mindset, says, I want to break this mold and I want to be in the top 5%. I want to be in the top 5% that's sharing in 95% of the business. And it always has to do with one thing, mindset and focusing on income producing tasks. And for every hour of administrative tasks, you do 3 hours of prospecting and lead with prospecting. But when you get these prospects, you have to return the phone calls. You have to be Johnny on the spot, but you have to be professional. You have to know the profession and you have to make the clients feel safe with you because your ability, your commitment, and your ethics is everything that they're looking for. $600,000 sales price, you get yourself to that point, it's $18,000 a transaction. Then you have 50 closings and you've made $900,000. That's the kind of money we're talking about. 85% of people don't know how to get in touch with their real estate agent they used in the past. 85%. That is a staggering number. That means only 15% of the people really do have an agent that they're going to reach out to. That's because people are leaving the business and people are just, real estate agents are leaving the business, and real estate agents are notoriously poor at the one thing, which is follow up. If you can maintain the follow up, you can stake your claim. And instead of having an uncertain number of transactions every year, that your number of transactions this year should be greater than last year. Every year it increases because we're not going to look at our client database as a transactional database. We're going to look at it as a referral source. We're going to provide value and we're going to continue checking in with them because everyone in your database should provide you one referral every year. And as your database grows, the more people that your database is going to have in it, the more closings you'll have. So 25 to 50 closings a year equates to, again, half a million to $1 million a year. And if they can do it, so can you. I go to the top producers roundtable all the time and I see those people who are working at a high level. And the only thing that they have that other people may not have is the drive. That's it. That's it. The mindset and the drive. Now, there are elements like being positive, waking up with the right mindset, and all the little tweaks that we talked about through Mega that you heard from Vanessa Van Edwards and the happy hello and in our voice and our inflection and in the scripts that we use and the questions that we ask. There's a lot of technical things that you can tweak that we've spoken in Mega that will make you a much stronger real estate sales agent. But at the end of the day, you have what it takes. And as long as you believe that and know that, the opportunity is there. There's a big difference between being a salesperson and a good salesperson and a good sales agent. And the difference really is a salesperson is someone who can expertly influence their client's sales decision and that's not through manipulation, that is coming from a genuine place to help them, that helps them make the right decision. There's never a bad time to buy. There's just not. There may be a bad time to sell, but people are fearful in purchasing. They should not be a renter. There is never room for renting. Now, all right, fine. They're moving to town and they want to rent for a year because they want to understand the city better. Fine. I still would want them to buy a condo as a rental and then live it in a year and then buy a home. But again, the idea is that most people should be a homeowner. If they're a homeowner, they get to write off the interest. They're paying off the loan, and eventually they no longer have a payment. And that's where they want to be. Expert salespeople make their clients feel safe because they don't have zero objections regarding or questions regarding their ability, their commitment, or their ethics. They're 100% on board, 100% on board with that agent being the one that has their back. And that's the kind of professional that you want to be, that you need to be. The client needs you to be that professional. I hope on your goal board you have these 4 words: prospect, convert, close, and follow up. The 4 competencies, the 4 hats that we wear. Because there has to be space in your business for all 4 of them. Your 5 promises that you made your broker, your coach, is that you're going to make, and yourself, that you're going to make 20 calls a day. You're going to dress the part and you're going to show up. 70% of how people judge you is based on how you dress. And so if you want respect from others, you need to show up. They will respect you 70% more, 70% of the time more. They will look up to you as a real estate agent who's dressed the part. 70% of how people judge you is based on how you dress. That is going to obliterate objections just by showing up prepared like that. Master your objection handling by learning your scripts. Your scripts are how you're going to sound to the client, how you're going to take complex things and reduce them to simple concepts that they can understand, that is repeatable. And so that when this problem or this situation happens, you can sound articulate and you can sound professional and you get the point across and the client has aha moments. That is the mic drop moment for you as a professional. When you use a script, the light bulb goes on above your client's head, and it is such a fulfilling feeling that you've led them to the place where they have the aha moment. Because guess what? This profession is all about you advising your clients, them being able to take that information and be able to quickly make a decision based on your advice. And it's proven that it worked, that your advice was sound. If your advice is your business, then your advice should be packed into informational sound bites that can help them with complex ideas and making it as simple as possible. That is what a script is for. When you get leads coming in, especially online leads, do whatever you can to call them back as soon as possible. You have a 431% greater chance of getting in touch with them if you call them in the first 20 seconds. And learn your value proposition and continue learning your value proposition, because it will change. It will increase. Learn a close script. When someone says no, don't be afraid to ask why. Apologize if things don't go right, but take responsibility. It's never someone else's fault. It's never the lender's fault. It's never the title company's fault. Own it. If you want to play at a high level, you have to take responsibility. Excuses are a disease that will undermine your credibility, undermine your team, and it will almost always lead in failure. Take responsibility. That is what it means to be a professional. And that's also what it means to be a role model. Stop being your own assistant. If you're going to play at the levels that we're talking here, you need an assistant who can help organize you and keep you on track, because you've learned more and more through this entire series that you need to be available to have these phone calls in a controlled environment in front of your computer. People are paying for our advice. You need to be able to capitalize your time so that you can be present at open houses, be present in the morning and the afternoon during your power hours and making your phone calls and being present for showings. You don't have time for much else. So the more that you can farm out, the better. And when you find yourself so busy that you need a buyer agent, then you start only going and listing appointments and letting your buyer agent take the buyers out into the field. That's what it is to build a team. And you can close 50 transactions as a solo agent, but I don't think you can close 50 transactions reasonably without an assistant. So is it required that you have a listing manager or a buyer assistant? No, but you need an assistant that's going to help manage your calendar, your day, your flyers, your marketing, your advertising, your SOPs, your follow-up plans. And so all that you have to do is show up and do the one thing, which is the income producing tasks we read to you in the shift book. It said that the 7 competencies are all of this in real estate, but the one that you really can't farm out is the lead generation and conversion to an appointment, because that's the unique skill set that it takes in order for you to find success. Learn a CRM and use it. We built one for you. In fact, we've just gone through a major overhaul for it during this Mega 18. But not only that, it was designed for real estate by realtors, by real estate agents, by people inside who know NAR, who know brokerage, who know real estate sales, leasing, all the stuff. So when a new lead comes in off the web, it directly goes into the new pipeline, and then it generates a call. And that one call is, if you get voicemail, it's going to go into intent to reach. And there's going to be a battery of calls. You come out the other side of the intent to reach, and then it's going to go into a last chance, and you're going to get 4 more opportunities to call them. If they get in touch, if they answer the phone at any time during that process, then they're going to go into incubate. And incubate is that they're okay with us calling them on a regular basis, but they're not really interested in buying a home and they've shown no signs of buying a home. That's incubate. We're going to incubate them until they show some willingness, but right now they're just a referral source. Nurturing means they're a transaction that they're going to result in a transaction. And so incubate is a referral, nurturing is a transaction that they're working on, because nurturing says I am ready to buy a house. And while they're in nurturing, the objective is to get a rep agreement signed, get them under contract, and then get them closed and then get referrals from them. But the incubate, the whole purpose of incubate is to check up on them, see who they know who's looking to buy, sell, lease a home, and find out when they are at some point ready to transact, and then put them in nurturing. And your pipelines will help you manage everything to do with your database. It's synced up with your app, and so your app and the CRM work together. And if you have any questions or you need assistance with your CRM, please get with Gavin. He's here full time to help you with everything to do with the CRM. I love this chart because I think it's so impactful that the first outbound call that we make to a consumer who registered on our website, 40% chance of getting a hold of them. But by the 6th call, there's a 90% chance. So if you want to increase your conversion rate, simply make more phone calls. The conversion rate in real estate is about 4 out of 100. So if you get 100 leads, you should get about 4 interested buyers. And those buyers are going to buy somewhere between 6 months and 2 years. So that's a pretty big window. So after 6 months of doing it, you start having some momentum being built up, which is very, very cool. But at the end of the day, you want to increase your conversion rate from 5 to 6%. It just means now instead of 4 out of 100, you now have 5 closings out of 100 or 6 closings out of 100. So if you want to really increase your income, it's better to increase your conversion rate than it is the number of leads, because otherwise you would need 125 leads to call or 150 leads to call, which means more leads, more phone calls, and more work. So you can take what you already have and improve it, which is making more phone calls, having better scripts, preparing yourself for your power hours, and not missing a day, and understand how important it is that you prospect and you turn those prospects into referral clients and transact clients, which just means you need to stay in touch with them. This was a $3 million Boomtown study that said that the best time to call your leads is between 11 and noon and between 4 and 5. So those are the times that I recommend that you have on your calendars for after Mega. And the worst time is early in the morning. You shouldn't be making your calls. That's when you should be doing yoga and showing up to the Realty Texas morning huddle. The best time to call is always Wednesday and Thursday. If you want consistent income, You must be consistent with your prospecting. I want to thank all of you who were a part of this Mega 18. I know on behalf of Lisa and myself that we've really enjoyed this class. I know it is a huge investment in time in learning, and you have gotten to know your classmates better. You've gotten to know Lisa and myself better, and you found a deeper love, hopefully, for real estate, getting involved in learning your contract paragraphs and learning the code of ethics and taking the fair haven simulation, doing the C2EX, learning your value proposition, and getting up in front of the world and shouting it from the rooftops in front of your fellow agents. Learning your vision statement, putting your goal board together, learning the scripts that you're going to use when people call, and all the things that we went over in Mega. Now it's time to put them all into practice. So moving forward into August, it's my hope that we see you every morning in Morning Huddle, that we see you in the afternoon Blast Lab, that we see you in our weekly sales meeting, and we see you in our monthly business meeting. I also encourage you to visit our our weekly book club, and that, of course, you attend our monthly happy hour, our annual gala event, and getting involved in one of our roundtables of something that may interest you. With that, I would like to again thank you one last time, Mega 18. I'm super proud of you, and I can't wait to hand out our certificates to see who's going to be our graduates, our Master Certified Salespersons, and our Mega 18 valedictorian. Bye, guys.